volleyball match. It was almost impossible.
Sandy, you ready? You're always ready, right? Renee, you ready? Kathy?
Kathy, you ready?
Are you ready? Oh. Good morning. On behalf of Mayor Pro Tem Whitehead, the Commission, Manager Panton, and staff, welcome to the business meeting of the City Commission of the City of Truth and Consequences. It is now 9:01 on September 26th. If you have any device on your person that's going to disrupt this meeting, if you could put it on mute or shut it off totally, we certainly would appreciate that. Madam Clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Honorable Steve Green.
Here.
Honorable Sandra Whitehead. Here. Honorable Ralph Hessler.
Here.
Honorable Kathy Clark.
Here.
Honorable Paul Baca.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Clerk. Appreciate that. Could you please join me in 15 seconds of silent meditation? Thank you very much. Could you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The next item is number 4 on our agenda, which is approval of the agenda.
Mayor Green, I'd like to make a motion, please.
Okay.
I'd like to move that we approve the agenda with one exception, and that is to remove item G2, and then keep the remaining items under G in the sequence, and move item G2 down to I3, and then have the rest of those items under I after 3 follow.
All right, thank you. I have a motion for approval of the agenda with just one movement of items by Commissioner Hessler. I need a second.
I second that
By
motion.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitehead. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. The next item is comments from the public. If you wish to address the commission, please come forward. State your name, your address. 3-minute rule applies, and if you have a document that you want part of the official minutes of the meeting, please put it in the black box that's next to the microphone, and the floor is yours. Someone like to address the commission? Yes, Ms. Tittle.
Good morning. My name is Diana Tittle, and I live at 217 Austin. I am one of the 20 citizens who gathered signatures for the petition referendum on Ordinance 697 that was submitted to the city clerk last Friday. More than 280 TRC residents signed the petition. In other words, a significant percentage of the total number of voters in the last municipal election have now formally expressed their opposition to this ordinance. It didn't usually take much persuasion to get people to sign. When they heard that the ordinance opened up all our residential streets to ATVs, they immediately recognized the threat to the relative peace and quiet of their neighborhood and the fragile integrity of our now easily accessible desert lands. It bears repeating, 95% of the 68 emails of support for Ordinance 697 you received came from off-road enthusiasts who live out of town, out of state, or who failed to indicate where they lived, all responding with the same exact text provided by an OHV association. Social media polls asking people to say whether or not they support the ordinance are similarly flawed indicators of how your constituents feel about this issue. Anyone, anywhere, can weigh in on these polls. In summary, 280 of your constituents have spoken by signing the petition referendum. We are sure we have gathered enough valid signatures to initiate a referendum, and we are sure that the average folks who live, work, and play in TRC will vote to repeal Ordinance 697 because of the adverse impact that difficult to supervise ATV access will have on our town's traffic flow, road and pedestrian safety, noise and air pollution, and precious Chihuahuan desert habitat. Your constituents are asking you to reflect on the real cost to all of us versus the promised benefits to some of enabling the transformation of TRC into the ATV capital of the world as Randy Ashbaugh envisions. We are asking you to act decisively to preserve the essential by voting to repeal Ordinance 697 yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tittle. Anyone else like to address the commission? Mr. Tank?
Good morning, Commissioners. Ron Fenn, 316 North Foch. Thank you, Ms. Tittle. That was well said. I'm here to address a couple of things. One is the new rules of procedure for the City Commission. Decorum is mandatory. I don't see any protection for the citizens who are outraged by some of the antics that go on in the City Commission. And Mr. Green, your last meeting's comments about myself and Mr. Ashbaugh show not only your ego, your outsized ego, but also a degree of arrogance that really has no place in the seat in which you sit. So therefore, I'm going to ask the city commissioners, at least 3 of you, that have an understanding of what's been going on, to decide that you need a new leader in the center seat. That's all it takes. A motion, a second, and 3 votes, and replace Mr. Green with somebody more reasonable for this community. You have cost this community more than any single individual that I know of. And of course you did it with your little friend, Mr. Fuentes, who you then threw under the bus. You have no business leading this community. You are supposed to serve the people. You are the servants of the people. You are not the rulers of the people. You are not above the law, and yet you condone and continue to condone violations of our own code by your actions. And that's the problem with this community. And if you don't believe me, I wish I had time, but 3 minutes is not time enough to illuminate all of the problems that you, Mr. Green, have caused this community for the last 10 years or more. Thank you.
Mr. Ashbaugh.
Randy Ashbaugh, 1023 Poplar, local businessman. For once, I just have to agree with the man right there, Mr. Finn. Thank you. But I'd like to just bring up one point. I think that there ought to be a commission or a board established, a temporary board, to help select the city manager and name some business people in this community to sit on the board. We've gone 12 to 14 years with a very mediocre or lousy city manager. We need a dynamic city manager. Dynamic. This little town has more potential than any other little town I've seen anywhere in this country. And I've been here, there, and yonder. And we sit here and do nothing. We have not one single house under construction in the city limits. That's absolutely crazy. I'm going to say just one thing about the Impact fees, we can't raise them to $500. That's crazy. That'd be $12,000 or $14,000 just impact fees for a house in the city limits to hook up to water and sewer. The impact fees need to be canceled completely. I was going to present it to the utility board this weekend, or this week, but it was canceled. A 3 to 5% surcharge on any of the city utilities to go into a special fund that's only to be spent for new infrastructure and for repairs. There are so many restrictions on the impact fees, and they're only supposed to be for new and no repair, and the city has not complied in one iota. I don't care if I am suing you. That's just, we'll find out in court. But this fee would go into a special account and would be used to start working on our infrastructure and repairing all of our major water lines that need repair, like on Austin Street, like just about everywhere. And a lot of that 160 black pipe is going to continually be a problem for years, and just have crews just do nothing, use that money for hire a special crew to just do nothing but work and replace those black lines. I've been in the utility business myself for over 35 years. I understand it, and there's a lot of things and efficiencies the city could be doing to get this stuff done. And reiterating back, I think the city commission needs to bring in 2 or 3 local business people to help hire a new city manager. Because if we get another lousy city manager, we are sunk. And we are sitting here with all this potential. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Position 5.
I'm Millie McLeod, 704 Magnolia. I don't want ATVs running up and down Magnolia. I don't want their noise. I don't want the pollution. The proponents, mainly of this ordinance, don't live in town. They live outside town. They are dangerous on paved streets. 1/3 of the deaths relating to ATVs is caused by being on paved roads or parking lots. Why do we want to have that kind of tragedies happening in our town? Thanks.
Thank you. Well done. Mr. Trujillo.
Odon Trujillo, 506 West 3rd Street. I have a number of things I'd like to go over on 3 minutes. I attended Global Berkey, which is an event in Albuquerque, and they had about 30 groups, world class, just amazing. It cost about $12,000 to get one of those groups to New Mexico. I'm wondering what's happened with the recreational director position, because that person could be working to get those groups here. They're in Albuquerque already. You don't have to pay for their transportation from Ecuador or China or wherever. We could get them here. What happened to the recreation director position? If someone could update on that. I read through the personal rules and regulations, page 50 to 58, and also through the city ordinances 235, 355, which one of them deals with an appeals board, the other one deals with a personnel board. The language in there is, the language established by the ordinances is a personnel board. The language in the city's rules and regulations is for an appeals board. One of them is very limiting on what they do, only appeals. The other one is a personnel board. It does not have duties and responsibilities of the board spelled out in the ordinance. I think this body needs to go back and put duties in for that board, and I really highly suggest that you do it quickly, in line with what's on the agenda today. We need the personnel board. I wrote about 4 years ago, the personnel procedures does not specify that weights, that is scoring, how many points you give for each criteria that you're selecting by, needs to be done before you send out the announcement. That's that is standard procedure. Whenever you develop a position, one of the things you do is you write up your criteria and you put how many points you're going to give for that criteria before you send out the announcement. That's not specified within the personnel procedures. I too, like Randy, I think we need to have subject matter experts I would say not just businessmen from the community, but also other city managers sit on the board to help you do the selection that's going to be coming up. I think that's really important, and I wrote about that too, and to the commission about 4 years ago. We need subject matter experts to be selecting. And I respect you all being able to ask good questions, but, well, you're not a plumber. You shouldn't be hiring plumbers. You're not a city manager. You shouldn't be hiring city managers by yourselves without some assistance, my opinion. Thank you very much for the time to talk to you all.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I'm Sarah Frothingham. I live at 608 North Pine Street. I want to say how incredible Kyle, the new lifeguard, or the lifeguard at the city pool is. He's now interim manager, is what he said to me, and he understands swimmers. He understands what needs to be done at the pool to keep it open and keep it viable. And what I would like to see done is the pool open an hour earlier and have from 3 to 4:30 therapeutic and adult exercise. And then for the swimmers, for the lap swimmers, 4:30 to 6, because they'd like the water cooler. They don't like the temperature of the water. Whereas us older folks doing aerobics need the water warmer. And there's anywhere from 15 to 30 aerobic swimmers every day. And that's even in the cold, though some people have had to leave because it's just too cold and the sun goes down too soon. I would like to see Saturday hours change to 11 to 1 instead of the 8 to 10 opening, because it's really cold in the mornings now. But this pool is an asset to all of us, and we all love the pool. And the water is wonderful. And to maintain what we have, we need to look at the patrons that are also using the pool. We have wonderful lifeguards. Alexis is wonderful. Now, to go off topic a little bit, I agree. I do not want ATVs going from the skate park to where Riverbend is and cutting across the non-river there and going to the other side and tearing up all of the land. ATVs are dangerous, they're noisy, and they're not safe. And people are going to buy them instead of having a car with a regular license on them. We need to cancel the ATVs. Golf carts are fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Ricker?
Stanley Rickert, 1705 Cary Street, Tier C. Chief, this goes out to you. I appreciate your influence on the neighbor over there to get that fence done, and done in a miraculous manner of one day. It was tremendous. The sad part is that there's still a junkyard over there where he's got junk vehicles stored, and it's just not right. It's commercial business. He's running a commercial business on a residential property. He's doing that and has always done that. It has never been grandfathered in. There's been too much time in between the original owner and the other owner that before him. I'm telling you now, this has got to go. You need to check it out. Don't listen to what a simple letter says that City Attorney Mr. Rubin had wrote up, because that's not working. It's just not right. And I think that you should be able to figure it out for yourselves who is inspiring all this, because there's such a thing as, friendship or old buddy syndrome that had taken place that you guys just, overlooked and allowed to happen. But Chief, you did a good job over there. I appreciate that. And you guys have got, a lot under your belt to speak of, to take care of. the ATV situation that everybody seems to be talking about, it's a hard line to follow, but there's a chance that it could be good, and it's a chance that somebody's going to get hurt. I think the sooner we figure this out, how to take care of it and get these ATVs in the use of the public, it would be nice. It just seems like it's going to take someone getting hurt real bad to make the sense out of this and change the policies and safeties, because it says in the rules that, you know, they can drive an ATV under 18 years of age as long as there's an adult along with them supervising. Is that adult on the foot? Is he on another ATV along with them? How is this going to work out? I'd like to know, and if you can tell me, then I'd appreciate it. It just doesn't seem like the thought has been given to take care of this, to keep people from really getting hurt. It's just like motorcycles, you know. You have to drive with your lights on, you have to have a loud exhaust, you have to be able to be seen and be heard. But the people don't want that. So you think about it, you know, give some consideration. And, you know, I'd like to see the ATVs come to town, spend a little money, you know, have a good time. But I don't want to see the land all tore up like this lady's talking about. It creates a problem with the underbrush, and it starts, what do you call it? Evaporate, not evaporate, but just get wasted. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? Going once, going twice? Thank you very much. Moving on. Next item is number D, response to public comment. Any commissioners have a response to anything we heard today or in the past?
Mr. Mayor, I have something I want to bring up.
Yes, sir.
At the last meeting, Mr. Fenn correctly pointed out that the OHV ATV ordinance contained a couple of irregularities. The good news is that I have checked with Mr. Appel and did some of my own checking, and we agreed that the mistakes that were indicated were technical in nature and do not affect the body or content of the ordinance itself. Specifically, the ordinance refers to the governing body as the Board of City Commissioners when it should have said City Commission. And I also had in there 2 effective dates. Let me apologize for overlooking these points. The irony is what happened was that I was spending more time in this ordinance than I usually would, and I was trying to go through all these drafts of making sure the body and the content of the ordinance was done in the right manner, that I overlooked the format. So, you know, this is unfortunately unfortunately this has never happened before, and I'll just be sure I'll be careful in the future. But the good news is this: under section 3-14-17, if the public does vote in favor of the ordinance becomes effective immediately. So it really would not matter as to what date I had in there. I do thank Mr. Fenn for bringing this matter to my attention, but as I indicated, I have discussed this matter with Mr. Appel, and we both agreed that the ordinance is still sufficient if we can go forward. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Attorney Rubin, just for the record, could you let those in attendance know who Mr. Appel is?
Yeah, Mr. Appel is our co-counsel. He's has his office in Santa Fe. He frequently will step into some projects that I'm not involved in. Perhaps when I have to recuse myself, for example. And he's also there for me. Actually, he's a good advisor, so he's very helpful.
Thank you. No other response? Okay. Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioners, in response to Mr. Trujillo and the Personnel Board regulations, there are additional personnel regulations for that board in the personnel manual. So if you'd like a copy of that, send me an email. I'd be happy to send that to you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing none. Okay, the next item is number E, presentations. Presentation and request to declare October 20th, 2018 as Tiger Day in conjunction with the Tiger Day 2018 event. And we have with us Mr. Jim Shiley, who has basically taken this upon himself to make it happen. So could you come forward, sir, and present to the commission?
Maybe happier note. Jim Shiley, 204 Ash Street, TRC. Thanks for letting me present this to you and for considering this request. I wanted to explain, I'll be brief, I just wanted to explain where this came from, first of all. About a year ago last summer, I was trying to find a way to say thank you to the students of Sierra County and of TRC. As you might or might not know, I cover the schools and sports for the Sierra County Sentinel. And I came up with the idea of giving a T-shirt to each team member at the school. And that evolved, and I realized that there's other teams too. There's Envirothon, there's Science Olympiad, there's a lot of teams, there's band. And it occurred to me that really everybody that goes to that school and all the staff at that school are all one team. And really there's more schools too. And I gave a T-shirt to every student and every staff member at the middle school and the high school. And a couple very key individuals stepped up and helped to complete that task, and so we could give T-shirts to every student of all 5 schools of our district. Every teacher, every staff member. And then, because with me it's always, well, what's next? And I thought, well, what to do next? And that's where the idea of Tiger Day 2018 came from. If the T-shirts were a way to show everybody in the schools were all one team, Tiger Day was a way to try to bring the community in and to remind everybody that we all are one team, that we're all Tigers. We've only got one high school, we've only got one mascot, we're all Tigers. And that's to remind everybody. People that grew up here and are now my age or maybe a generation younger and have kids at the school now, remember things that don't seem to be present anymore. Parades through town. They talk about the gym being packed and roaring and the stadium being standing room only. And I thought, well, how can we try to be one small part of bringing that back to our community? So we invited all the students, all the students of all the schools, all their teams, all their organizations to have a booth at Tiger Stadium, at the football field at the high school on Saturday, October 20th of this year. We wanted the students to be able to showcase their talents and their skills and their heart. I told them that you can show what you do, or there's no limit. The only limitation, I told them, is your imagination. And then put out the call to the community as well, to businesses large and small, to civic organizations, to government agencies and departments. I think the TRC Police Department is going to have a booth there along with Shop for a Cop. There's other organizations that will be too. We did ask that in the spirit of We Are Tigers, that nothing be sold there, that this should be a free event. They can pass out promotional material, they can pass out information, they can have games. Their only limitation as well is their imagination. But just have a day where we all came together as one and show that we all are on the same team. There's so many things across the country and around the world, and even in this community, that divide us. If we can find something to unite us, that's got to be a good thing. And what better thing than what I've always called, and I'm sure you all believe, are the greatest, the most valued, indeed the most treasured resource of our community, and that's the youth and students. So we're hoping that you'll declare it Tiger Day, and more than that, we hope you all will come and just share in that event. We're going to be passing out tote bags with our logo and Tiger Day 2018 on them to every person that enters that stadium. We're going to give them a meal ticket to go down to our food tent where we'll be cooking up burgers and hot dogs, and they can get a meal, all free of charge. Of course, it isn't really free, so I've been doing some rather extensive fundraising because I can't really afford to pay for all this out of my own pocket. Anyway, I thank you very much for letting me present, and we hope that you'll feel it in your hearts to declare October 20th to be Tiger Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shiley. Just one quick question, sir.
Yeah.
What time does the event start?
11. It'll be 11 to 5.
Okay, thank
And
you.
we'll be, and if people want to have booths there that haven't registered yet, please register. You show up Saturday morning and you want to, you'll be welcome to come on in. So, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, in line with your request, our city manager, Ms. Canton, has put together a proclamation, which I'd like to read right now, if you just stay up there, sir, and then present you with the proclamation to hand out to each and every ones of the schools that are participating in this event. So the proclamation reads as follows. Proclamation of the City of Truth or Consequences. Whereas the Truth or Consequences Municipal School District is comprised of Array Elementary, Truth or Consequences Elementary, Sierra Elementary, Truth or Consequences Middle School, Hot Springs High School, and Grit Academy. And whereas the mission of the TRC Municipal Schools, the heart of our community, is to inspire and nurture students to dream and develop the ability to pursue their dreams with courage and integrity through educational excellence reflective of academic achievement, cultural values, historical perspective, and future opportunities fostered by a dedicated and committed staff. And whereas Tiger Day 2018 will be a gathering of all Tigers past and present, and whereas our students will be putting their teams, their skills, and their talents on display to build support for their team and to show that all students, school staff, and community are all one team. And whereas Tiger Day will bring the entire community together in the spirit of Tiger Pride. Now, therefore, I, Stephen Green, Mayor, on behalf of the City Commission of the City of Truth and Consequences, Sierra County, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim October 20th, 2018 as We Are Tigers, Tiger Day 2018, in truth or consequences, and encourage all citizens to take the time to attend the event planned at the Tiger Stadium at Hot Springs High School and be a part of connecting the entire community to show we are all Tigers, signed by myself, and actually it's Renee Canton, clerk treasurer, but also she's wearing the hat of city manager as well. So with Tiger Pride, I would love to give this to you for distribution to the appropriate schools. And that's right. Oh, thank you very much. And thank the principals and the students. The next item is presentation selection of landscaping alternative for I-25 Business Loop, in parentheses, Date Street. Reconstruction project. We're going to have Andrew Gallegos from WH Pacific and Robert Oberdorfer from Site Southwest present. I think they're present. But first, we're going to have our own Tracy Burnett, our grant coordinator, kind of give us a little bit of a history and why we're here.
Good morning, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, Manager Canton. On April 11th, NMDOT and WH Pacific brought forth a presentation for the Commission regarding the landscape design of the roundabouts. Commission voted unanimously to partner with NMDOT for the landscaping of those roundabouts. So WH Pacific has been working with staff, and they're here today to present some landscaping alternatives and receive some direction on proceeding forward with the design concept. And with that, I'll turn this over to Andrew.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Commissioners, City Manager, thank you for welcoming us into your community. Along with myself, my name is Andrew Gallegos. I'm with Robert Oberdorfer from Site Southwest. He'll be joining me in a second. We also have NMDOT representatives from the district and from South Region Design, Andres Lennon and Aaron Chavarria. So they're here for any questions or anything that you have for today's presentation. But I did want to begin with a quick introduction of the project. If you go to the next slide, please. So this project has been ongoing for about 4 years now. So we began the project in 2014 with a request for proposals, and we began the process of going through the study phase with the NMDOT. And so we began the Phase 1A study in 2016. And so that's really looking at all the alternatives and coming up with the most viable solutions for the issues that we saw at the time. And 2017, we developed those into more detailed evaluations for the Phase 1B study, and then we actually are in the Phase 1C and 1D part of the process right now. So we've been to 3 formal presentations and public outreach meetings since this has began in 2014. And we will continue to go to the public with more presentations. So just to let you know where in the process we are, okay? So we're in between preliminary and final design for the overall project. So the overview for the project, it's, as you can see on your sheets and on the screen, the overall project is about 0.614 miles in length. So it starts just south of Smith and it ends right around H.R. Ashfall. So that includes 3 intersections that we're improving: Smith, Musical Road, and 181. So we looked at the overall corridor and we evaluated the needs and deficiencies, and we established the best viable solutions for the issues that we saw. So these overall, these solutions, the proposed solutions, will identify and deal with sight distance issues, speeding, drainage, lighting. So it covers a lot of different types of issues that we're taking care of with this proposed solution, okay? Drainage is another big one, and I'm sure you'll have questions about some utilities and things later on in the presentation, but this main presentation will cover primarily the landscaping, okay? So if we zoom in on the next slide, you'll see the 2 roundabouts that we're looking at for Smith and Usco Road. And so this drills down on really what it looks like from the roadway improvements perspective. All the green areas you see are landscaping, proposed landscaping areas. So these are opportunities to beautify these areas, right? These 2 intersections. Anything in the middle of the roundabout can be anything from landscaping to, you know, whatever you'd like to see. There's sculptures, concrete that's colored and patterned. So Robert Oberdorfer is going to go over a lot of this here in a few minutes. I just want to give you a brief overview of everything else. And you can see on the left, and in the middle, there's a rapid flashing beacon. And so these are important for pedestrians to cross back and forth. So we're looking at overall safety, especially when we're considering landscaping as well. In certain areas, they can only be maybe 30 inches high because we have to allow for vehicles to be able to see over them as they're traversing or when they're approaching the roundabouts. So we're considering safety even with the landscape options, okay? If we go to the next slide, this one shows Mexico 181, and you can see a lot of green in this. There's a lot of opportunity for landscaping, for seeding, for trees and shrubs, water harvesting options. So we're looking at a lot of different types of options, but really today what we're looking at with investment is 3 really just main options, right? And so we'll get into those here in a second. But I just want to give you a brief overview before we jump right in. Okay, and we're available afterwards to answer any questions that you might have with the landscaping or otherwise. Okay, and with that, I'll hand over to Robert Oberdorfer, who will take you through the landscaping options. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the Commission. As Andrew said, my name is Bob Oberdorfer. I'm with Site Southwest. I'm a landscape architect in Albuquerque. The first slide that we have here basically is just kind of the process that we went through in order to develop concepts for the landscaping. So this shows the local character that we found. The left image is essentially just an overview that Andrew had kind of already gone over. The middle row of slides is existing conditions of the landscaping, particularly in the area of the larger east roundabout or north roundabout. And then the other slides or other images on the right side of the slide are local landscaping and local character flavor, if you want to say that, that we noticed just looking through town. And one of the things that I thought was fairly unique about Truth or Consequences is that, unlike a lot of New Mexico with the Santa Fe style and things like that, and it's kind of beige and brown, Truth or Consequences has a lot of color, there's a lot of artwork, and it's actually a very vibrant community from that standpoint. So this next slide is basically landscape option 1. Our concept here is to try and just show what would be done if all of the landscaping were done under NMDOT funding with basically very minimal city participation in it. And so what we'd be looking at there would be, we'd still try and do some gateway signage at the northeasternmost roundabout. That could be comprised of all gravels and xeric plants within the roundabout. I guess I need to stand a little closer here, sorry. And then the bulk of the landscaping would probably be native seeding and gravel, and then there'd be a little bit of a shrub component in with the native seeding on that. So the overall cost on this one would be just under $500,000, about $474,000, and that would be handled pretty much all by the NMDOT construction costs. Next slide will show a little bit more intensive option 2. Yeah, there we go. Includes the same basic cost that would be an NMDOT funded, $475,000, $474,000. Which would be seeding and gravel, and then there would be enhanced plantings on that. There'd probably we'd look at trying to incorporate features for local sculptors or sculptures by local artists, and enhance the roundabouts that way with additional plantings, possibly some basic irrigation, and we'd be able to start adding in actual plantings with that. That bumps up a couple $100,000, of which the city would be responsible for about $103 on that. And then the last option 3, is the higher range, which is a little more, I mean, it would still be sort of typical of this area, but it would be much more intensive plantings. It would be irrigated. We'd still do the enhancements in the roundabout. We'd be able to do some more tree plantings, I think, with a little heavier irrigation, give it a little more of a green feel within, you know, sort of the arid southwest here. Next slide. So this gives 3 options for the roundabouts. Again, within the same 3 ranges. The low range is the one on the top, and that basically for the roundabout would essentially be probably rock work and gravel with a little bit of unirrigated plantings, or agaves, things like that, is the accent. And the middle one, we're starting incorporating some artwork with that. One of the concepts that one of the designers came up with is the fact that given the history of the hot springs in the area, we can work in some fresh protected glass or something like that to try and enhance it and so spring-like. Third one is a little higher again. That would be more intensive plantings and more intensive colored concrete. And then the next slide is what the medians might look like under 2 options. And we only really showed 2 options there. So the minimal would basically be just gravel and maybe a few plants and shrubs that would show up there with some probably decorative rock patterns and maybe some boulders, and then a higher budget type landscape. A little lusher. We try to incorporate water harvesting when we can on the medians, which is at a high point, so you don't get a lot of. And then the couple pictures on the right show some. And then the last few slides are plant palette. So these are picked up on some of the themes of things that we've seen on the town, and also just what would be able to be sustained here. So the higher plants on this image are ones that would be sustainable without additional watering for the first year or so. Cactus, and then the shrubs and subshrubs are ones the turpentine. Will also be able to be done. And then we have some more intense. So this is shrubs that would take a little bit more water. The sumacs, Spanish greens, etc., and then grasses, decorative grasses. And I believe the last slide So we've got some of the site views, site distances, and also the size of the streets. So ranging from desert willows and Mexican red bud to Pete and Nellie would take a little bit more water than that. For now,
This kind of summarizes the process that we determined that we
determines how we got those costs.
option one, and
Go to that slide. Yeah, so there's option. Okay.
Those are the overall breakdowns, just for your information. I do want to make it clear that construction is slated for 2022. So there's some time to identify funding for the level of landscaping that you'd like to see out here. There's a little bit of time for that. And if it does happen, the construction will start sooner, or we just don't have the funding in place at that time, what we can do is provide you some final plans. You can take that and do that forward at a time that is feasible for the city. Okay, so with the investment and when you're done, we're going to give you the final design plans that you can take with you. And you can build it to a certain point with landscaping infrastructure and certain elements. And then later on, you can finish it off in terms of funding and that. So I just want to make that clear. It's just not feasible.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, concerns? Commissioner Heschler?
Good morning, thank you. Maintenance after the plantings or after the construction is done, does that fall back onto the city, or will the highway department be doing routine maintenance, or how does that work?
There will actually be a maintenance agreement between the city and the DOT. The DOT will construction during the roadway project, but maintenance thereafter will be on the city. Okay. So the level of plantings and things, I'm sure that will factor into your decision of which one you'd like to go forward, because the maintenance will eventually fall on the city.
If I understood you correctly, we could opt for a lower level plan initially, but with the idea that we could update ourselves later on, and you'll be giving us the plans in order so that we can follow those plans, but at our timeline instead of the timeline that might be given to us.
That's good. So you can provide infrastructure, all the TV and the seating, and anything that's there for future use, and you can slide into it at a later time.
Are there any other grant opportunities or funding opportunities through the highway department for us to apply for between now and 2022?
I can't really speak to that. Do you guys know of anything? Not for landscaping. What we can do is check into that and get with Tracy and see if there's anything available. But there's nothing left.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So, I have a couple. So when you say they're going to give us the documents, are those in the vernacular shovel-ready so that Tracy can go to New Mexico Clean and Beautiful and say, this is a project that we're working on, and we're, you know, once we're ready to move forward and we get the money, the next day we could start the project. So is that how definitive these documents are going to be?
That's true.
Okay.
There would be a final set of plans that we would essentially let you out. And we talked to the DOT about this before. The agreements that you guys would get final documents and we can do it.
Okay. Would there be any possibility when you get to the roundabout up at 181, which is really the entrance to our community? And I know I've spoken to the two gentlemen about this before. There is a long median that you cross over, once you cross over the bridge on exit 79, that is just barren. There is nothing there, and that's the door to our community. And since you're going to be doing 181 with landscaping, is there any way of stretching some of that money north a little bit?
I believe that might be right outside the limits of what.
No, I know it is. That's why I'm asking the word stretch.
I think I'm not going to answer to that. Maybe
Andres?
Chair, we
Could you come down, sir, so we can just capture your voice on the machine? See, that's what happens when you show up for a meeting. You're going to have the spotlight on you.
And then NMDOT.
Morning.
Morning.
So the way our contract is set, we are bound by a project timeline. So stretching in the form what you envision is not possible. Because definitely we have a program the overall state funding program.
Right, okay. I just thought it was worth asking.
All we can say is no.
Exactly, right.
Well, maybe the word isn't stretching, maybe it's reallocation of the assets. In other words, we wouldn't put quite as much into one location, maybe a little bit more into another.
That's why he's a city commissioner, by the way, exactly for that question.
So the current arrangement, and with the commission's approval for the landscape at the 30% level, the agreement we came is you guys are paying for the 30% of the initial layout, and whatever comes out of this meeting today, the consultant, WHB, is outside, we're going to take the direction and move it over into our 60%, 90% final design, but will be financed by us, by the state. So, taking the allocate SSA, these funds are bound to a location determined.
Okay. Understand. Thank you.
Thank you for asking. Appreciate that. So I do have one follow-up question. Is there any number that you can give us, and we know it's not going to be poured in cement, but just a guesstimate, years of experience that we're looking at, right, and standing in front of us, what the potential infrastructure costs, I'm assuming this is to the city, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I hope I'm wrong, of the relocation of the utilities, the water, the wastewater, and the electricity. I mean, is that our dime? And if it is, has anyone put a pencil to what that cost is? Because that's something that we're going to have to factor in here as we get closer to 2022. Where's the money coming from? So, is it?
Utilities within the NMDOT right away are the responsibility of the utility owner. So the answer, are you responsible as a municipality? Yes.
Okay.
So we're talking about water, wastewater, and power, is that correct?
Electricity, yeah, water, wastewater, and electrical. Yes, sir.
So the concept of design, when we reach the 60% level, which is the next step, assuming we get through all other hurdles, we get through, with the utility coordination, where the NMDOT supports the utility owner in identifying conflicts, the actual cost for relocation is, it has to come from the, we are not, we cannot tell you how to relocate, we cannot tell you who to use to relocate. We always allocate, do it at the same time we are in there, because it's a lot less expensive, because you're only really responsible for the utility section itself, rather than having to replace surfaces and ground. Can I give you a number on this? At this point, I can't, because like I said, the 60% design is where we finalize everything, and we're recognizing your utility is currently in an area that's going to be covered under concrete pavement. That's not ideal. However, the right of way will not provide sufficient space to get out of that situation. Is it really necessary? Would it be a good practice to see pipes that there are pipes that if something happens, we actually can replace the sections without having to go into major abandoned existing utilities and having to bore underneath these surfaces, because you cannot get underneath without having concrete surfaces to get to a power cable or a pipe. That is good practice, but always what we recommend is don't see it as an additional cost, see it as an improvement into the system. How old are these pipes right now? We don't know. That's your usual. You should know how old is your infrastructure. If it's 40 years, if it's already 50 years, right time to move forward and make this investment and to ensure the out-of-state system. We are more than supportive. We will help. Municipalities have the ability to do hardship, financial hardship, and our coordination team can help with the answer process. And it's form of a loan. If NMDOT helps, guidance, it's a 10-year loan. There's other funding. I think it's over 30 investment that is going to be right back. One thing we always like to point out, we talk about $10 million investment in the community, so funding, federal funding. There's DOT money comes back to the community. What is it? Exactly this type of improvements. So, yeah, you may have to come up with some money up front to get the country in place, or through taxes to get reimbursed as well. I don't know if I really answered you.
No, I
do
think
not have a number for you.
You are a lovely dancer. I must say.
I actually don't have a number for you, John. We are going to be $500,000, because I really don't know how your utilities look. I cannot answer.
I know, sure. But so, Andres, on this financial hardship, the fact that we have colonious status, that would, I'm assuming, that would be in our favor?
That is definitely in your favor. That would be a potential source for finding funds for these type of things.
And normally where municipalities apply for this type of financial hardship funding through NMDOT, are the rate, who determines what's, you know?
NMDOT will help you with the paperwork. Still has to be filed through the
Right.
city. And our specialists, our utility coordinators, will work with your staff to make sure the paperwork is filed correctly. It goes in front of the commission, and
It's a process.
it's a process.
Understood.
When it comes to money, it's never easy.
And how, what is the normal time lead? I mean, once we have some hardcore numbers and you guys are looking at 2022 as this, that's the date this is all going to happen, when would you suggest the city start this process through you?
So we are currently kind of frozen in our progress. We are planning on the whole, we're going to come back to the community to have an additional public outreach. As well, today is a very important day for us, point G on the agenda. If we get the support from the municipality, we can come back and talk really and try to really show that this design has a lot of advantages to traffic congestion to the community. And the residents actually agree with us. We can move forward to the 60% level.
Okay.
Currently, our last public opportunity was controversy. There was a lot of resistance. So we as a DOT, we're not going to, if this is not what the community wants, we're not going to spend $10 million on sit down it. At the point where there's no bill. So hopefully after October, we see a different side of support and we can move forward. So that is in November for 60%. So end of this year, we can start the process. So this gives us almost 4 years, 3 to 4 years to pay.
The only thing I would ask on this community workshop that you're talking about is that you give the community a couple weeks lead time rather than advertising on a Monday and say the meeting's on a Friday, because what I did hear at the last meeting is that people, they're just either not buying the papers or listening to the radio, but they didn't hear about it. And I know sometimes you guys post notices along Gate Street if there's going to be a meeting or something like that. I mean, let's just make sure that we've done everything that you guys can do, and we'll do our part as well, to let the public know that this is an opportunity for them to chime in and to be heard, to support or not to support, and maybe just to have questions answered that there might be some confusion about.
And that's gotta be the goal, Mayor, and it's just also, this is not gonna be the traditional, public input meeting where Andrew and myself, I'm trying to tell you what is a workshop. That means we're gonna come in with individual groups, we're gonna have tables, people come in, ask direct questions, direct concerns, we're gonna talk about utilities, environment, we have the landscape, we have the traffic, we have the pedestrian. This is gonna be our outreach, trying, why are we here, why are we having this concept? It's not just, I want to be an engineer, it's the round miles to receive. I'm the engineer who believes this is the best solution for the situation. And if we as a department, design team, we are that far off, and that's really not what the community wants, that's what we have to do.
Understood. All right, any further questions? Commissioner Clark.
So, we had a presentation, one of our last meetings, and we'd had some engineers take a look at a road downtown to replace the water lines. And that bid for us, pulling up the road, putting down the new water line, and then putting the road back down for just a block plus a quarter, was $759,000. So, this is more than a block that you'll be tearing up. I suspect that we won't have so much of the road-based issues because that's your responsibility. But I'm kind of throwing out to my commissioners that it might be a really nice idea before we absolutely accept this as ours, that we pull in Tracy, our favorite person back there, to try to get kind of an understanding of the length of this project and what we really honestly are going to be looking at, because it could be in the couple $1 million for us to replace water and sewer down that street. Am I incorrect, or am I correct somewhere in that guess? But if we had that big of a bid, I mean, the landscaping is one thing, and I think that's extremely important, but I do agree with you that as long as it's torn up, it would be nice to replace the utility lines. We all know the age of these lines, and I think you're underestimating it 40 years. But that being said, this is a bigger project for us than just landscaping and putting in a couple of drip lines. So I don't know if my commission agrees with me on that one, but I'd sure like to know what I'm looking at before I give a yes or a no on something like that. Thank you.
So, am I correct, just to follow up on Commissioner Clark? Okay, Commissioner Clark's point. Do we not have the cart before the horse? I mean, in relationship to what I'm hearing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, please, is that by us committing to the landscaping project, either option 1, 2, or 3, does that then commit the commission to the roundabout projects? I mean, I understand they're tied in together, but I think for myself, and following up on Commissioner Clark, I would like to know what we're getting ourselves into here. And I know it's two different issues. One is a safety issue about why we even started this project. Actually, it was even brought to our attention by Mr. Ashba at an RPO meeting many years ago. I think Aaron might even have been at that meeting over in Elephant View. And that kind of started this project, but it's now morphed into something more than I think financially we had it visualized it being put on the backs of our citizens. Because if we take debt, that's the citizens' debt as well, because that's the way it works. So kind of help us out here, because
Mayor, I think really what we're asking for today is not for you to committee staff. What we're asking for is an official report from leadership for the project. Just because still have to go through 60%, we still have to go through a workshop. But
Okay.
for us as DOT, at one point we have to stop when we put money in the back situation.
Understood.
We are at a milestone in this process, just because if there is support from leadership, we will move forward and we will answer these questions. And at that point, decisions will be made throughout the process. What we are asking today is the support of the project, deciding on the landscape. Yes, if it happens, this would be the option we would like to go. Deciding on the resolution to support the project, yes, we will support it if it goes. If we come to the 60% and we find out it's either not feasible, it's not doable, we will find a solution for that. So you're not committing to 100%. Project development design is a process that evolves. We at this point, we have preliminary design, we have a good understanding of the impact areas, we have a good understanding of impact to properties, which properties will be asking for temporary construction permits, which one will be an agreement for construction agencies, and where we actually have to take a physical property. We have an idea where utilities are. We met already, we know private entities as well as the city staff, and we gave the information where we think impacts exist. I hope that information we spent the day out here was taken into consideration and gave commission some sort of idea what we're talking about already what's going to be, and we spent the time coming into the community and work with them. However, a commitment today, you're not a financial commitment. You're just saying, yeah, we would like to move forward and see where we can bring this. How we can do it together.
Okay. And I have one last question. On the setup, we asked, so the commissioners had some idea before we walked into this. I'm just going to read under background, I'm going to read the last sentence. Based on available federal funding, the project will construct a level of landscaping, including irrigation infrastructure, with the intent of the city constructing the landscape areas in the future. So, the way I read this, that if there is federal funding available, would that federal funding help us if we wanted to go with option 2?
Our proposal at this point is we talk about infrastructure, the irrigation lines, the foundation for what we call the gateway features, the statues in the roundabout, the structures, laying out conduits for potential.
Could you make sure you're speaking into the mic, because everybody's cutting in and cutting out, and it might not be your fault, but we're going to try to. Do we have another body? All right, well, let's take a 30-second technical timeout, as they say.
I can definitely speak up.
I have heard you.
Can I make a quick comment on the
Sure.
utilities?
Yep.
So just to add to the utilities.
Thank you. We are back in session. Go ahead, Founder.
So as the designer, as the project manager for the overall design, we are still looking at vertical elevations for each utility, which we don't have that information yet. And we do have new storm drain pipe going in to the project, whether it's a roundabout or otherwise. There's a storm drain system that's going to be installed to help with drainage. So anywhere that pipe crosses a utility, we have a potential conflict. So until we get vertical elevations to each one of these lines, we won't know for sure if we have a conflict or not, or if it has to be relocated. So once we get through some of the more of the process and utility coordination, we'll have a better sense of whether or not we can adjust our line to avoid it, or if it's just going to be a hard conflict and we have to relocate the line. But we'll do whatever we can to help in that situation. Just so you know, just because we have a pipe going through there doesn't mean that it has to be relocated. So that's not a hard and fast rule, okay?
And in addition, Aaron just reminded me, so we talked about the hardship and loan programs available. So the State Investment Bank, these loans, either 10 or 30 years, depending on who's leading the program, these are very low interest. So it's, these repayments, you don't pay a standard loan. It's close to colonial funds where the interest rates are really.
Okay, excellent.
And your question back to the federal funding available, the rule we following in the DOT is up to 1% of the overall construction cost can be utilized for landscape. So that 1% cost is what we are proposing if you would go with the more elaborated landscape design for the irrigation system, for the features, the concrete structures, for the actual landscape features in the roundabouts. Reseeding, the normal option, whenever we opening surfaces, we as a DOT, is a standard procedure for us to put seeds back for work against erosion. Gravel features concrete with medians. These are not really the items that would make a difference that would be installed as part of the process. But it would be, like I told you guys before, it's concrete, low maintenance. It's really not what you could do for this corridor.
So to follow up on that, and I know it's getting late and I want to move on here, but the 1%, so if you're talking about a $10 million project, and Commissioner Clark, correct me if I'm wrong with the numbers here, but that should be $100,000.
That is
so,
correct.
On option 2, city funded $193,000. If we were eligible for that, which we would be eligible for the 1%, then our cost would not be $193,000, it would be $93,000. Am I correct?
No.
I don't like that. I don't like that. I wanted this.
No, sir.
So tell me where I'm going off the rails here.
So the way the cost was identified, and yeah, sorry, I kind of glossed over that when I went through it. So if we go to option 1, so back up one slide.
Okay.
The NMDOT funded portion of that, and it actually shows up a little bit better on the spreadsheet at the end, but for right now, that NMDOT funded part covers the seeding that Andres talked about, and also the gravel. And what the difference is the lighter yellow areas are the just straight native seeding. The green areas are what we would be featuring as water harvesting areas. And that's areas where we've got drainage coming off the slopes above it or from the roadway. And so we'd create low-lying areas where we'd actually be able to plant that a little more intensively in the other options. But for those areas, we would just assume that we'd be graveling at this point and that it could be landscaped in the future. And then on top of that, we had, and is it actually 1% or is it 1.5%? For the
maximum.
Okay, yeah, so maximum. So what we figured in here was then we took another 1.5% was the number that we used, which is actually 138,000, and added that on to the cost of the seeding and the gravel, and so that is included in that 474,395, which again is sort of a ballpark number based on our real preliminary estimates. So if you move on to either of the next two, you'll notice that the NMDOT funded area or line is the exact same number all the way through.
Got it.
So we're assuming, so that's already been subtracted out, and then the difference is what the city would be responsible for. So.
All right, guys. So the 1% is NMDOT's and not the city's. Okay.
One more question.
Thank you for
One more
clarifying. I'm sorry?
Just one more quick
Yeah,
question.
Commissioner.
So you were talking about you don't know where exactly our lines are and if they're going to be a conflict. Let's assume there's a conflict and we're not prepared to come up with the money to redo our water and sewer lines at the time. But you have to move one of our lines. Are we then responsible for moving our own lines? It's our utility, so we could get unexpected costs out of this?
The agreement for utilities that the city has with the state, with the NMDOT, your utilities existing within the NMDOT right-of-way, you do not pay any kind of lease or rent fee or anything for using that property. However, the agreement was made if ever we come in for improvement projects and utilities are in the way, it is the responsibility of the owner to move these utilities.
I remember that. I just didn't want to hear it again.
I'm so sorry, I'm the guy who says no and the words that nobody wants to hear this morning.
Now you know why I handed out cotton before the meeting
That's-
to my fellow commissioners, yes.
But again, that's where the state investment bank comes in, there where the GOT plays into fall, and we will do on the design, we will try to avoid as many conflicts as we can. But it's also very important, I believe, for any municipality to make sure the infrastructure is, when opportunity comes, it will be improved to the level to avoid damages and really massive impacts onto the community at a time.
So if we were to approve this today for landscaping, could we unapprove it if we decided that it was going to be too expensive?
So the decision for you, the decision today to move one was either one of the section will impact the plans that you will see in the end of the day.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, actually, if I'm not mistaken, I think we've already approved.
We did.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Yeah, we just needed to know which effort, option 1, 2, 3, so we can direct, because from here, your contract with WHP will be taken over by the NMDOT, and for the additional design fee that's necessary to complete these plans, we will, if that's what the community wants, we will pay for that.
Okay.
If you said, no, that's really not where we want to go, then that money we just take it out of the contract and move it to a different project.
And that determination will be made after the workshop, after you get a sense of.
That will be the
temperature
workshop.
of the
We
community.
need environmental, from our environmental process. Part of it is a social economic impact. And currently we are in a dispute based on public comment. And if that dispute cannot resolve, then yeah, there's still a chance that we're not moving where we would like to go.
Commissioner Baca?
When we approved this before, that the figure wasn't as high. It was either 25 or 75,000. I don't really recall it being as high as it is now, if I'm not mistaken.
I'll check the minutes, I have to look into that. I don't know off the top of my head. I thought it was just an approval to proceed.
Actually, hold on just 1 second. What is the number? G1. Give me 1 second here. G1. Let's see. See how this reads. So, I don't know if I actually have the. No, I probably have every piece of paper except the one that we need, that we're talking about. No. It just has, may agree and move to approve the City of Truth and Consequences Department NMD for the proposed roundabouts. Mayor Pro Tem Whitehead seconded the motion. Motion carried unanimously. This is just from our city minutes of the meeting that was discussed. So let's see. Mayor Green asked what the 1% of total construction cost would be. Mr. Linen responded, and maybe this is to Commissioner Baca's point, it will be $50,000, and if the city wants it incorporated into their project, they will need a design by May or June. Commissioner Clark asked if there would be an opportunity to tie into a water line in case they would like to water the landscaping. Aaron typically said that they would build this into the infrastructure. Commissioner Hessler encouraged those before the town meeting one more time to make contact with the business owners in the area that will be impacted. Aaron mentioned that there is federal funding approved. Without that, they could not have any construction in our district, so you're contingent upon federal funding. That's years and years ahead of time. So, yes, Commissioner Baca, this was discussed and it was motioned and approved. But so, are we wrong with? Is Commissioner Baca right with the $50,000?
The $50,000 that we identified is the additional design cost. So if we decide to move forward from here, your contract, whatever you negotiated with the consultant and the sub-consultant will run out. and the NMDOT will spend an additional $50,000 on top of what you paid to complete these plans to the decision made today if you guys want to go. It's not, we did not talk about construction costs. Has this clarified?
These spots that you see here, they actually are levels of effort, so they can increase and decrease as we need them to, but these give you a broad sense of what you might see out there. So we can reduce the level of effort, let's say in option 3, to be between, option 2 and option 3, where it's moderately heavy landscaping. So we can adjust that a little bit back and forth as you need it to be. So if you have a certain budget in mind, we can certainly look at that. So I don't want you to hold to these numbers. These are very preliminary still, but these give you a sense of what the magnitude of costs could be for each option.
And, Commissioner Hirschler.
If we decide to support this project and move on, and we wanted to say, go to the landscape option 1, but our funding came through and we figured out that, hey, we can actually find this money. Can we upgrade them to option 2, or are we stuck?
Option 1 would be a no irrigation, no lighting, it would be just simple seeding. Water harvesting would be your only source of irrigation water, and then you would have to come back and do all this work later on your own.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I might interject, I have one question. If they were to choose option 1, would there be a possibility to do a tie-out for water that we might be able to add in later? Not install the full irrigation, but at least have a cutout for the area so that we might be able to tie in later?
Weigh in a little bit on that. I think the answer to that is probably no for under option 1. And what Andres was saying is that you guys have basically covered the cost already to go through this process, which is to come up with the concepts. And then in the future, and I think Andrew mentioned this briefly in there, is that if you want to do any of that stuff, from this point on, NMDOT is going to be footing the bill for the final design, the 60% and 90% and 100%. We can go ahead and design it and then just have the construction cost include the sleeving and the tie-ins, as you say, for the future irrigation, and then we'll give you a plan set to actually be able to add that down the road as the money becomes available. So you're not committing to spending that money now. It's just for us to go ahead and say, yeah, you want us to design this level or a medium level or a fancier level. Otherwise, if you guys go with option 1, we essentially go away from the project. So, and that basically it will just proceed with seeding and gravel on there. So regardless of whether you go with option 2 or 3, that would give you the leverage to have at least that basic infrastructure put in place to go add in landscaping in the future.
So, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, so what I see would be the best benefit possibly is to consider maybe option 2. As you said, that we wouldn't have to spend that much, but I think there might be a benefit to the city to have that irrigation available should we decide to proceed with any water feature or anything in any of the landscaping.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Manager Canton. I mean, I think this is incredibly important for a couple reasons. We all have discussed the safety issue. That's a non-discussionable point because it is what it is. There's numbers to back it up. And this is the gateway. This is the northern gateway to our community. We have more people, according to NMDOT, when I asked this question a couple of years ago, I think Aaron gave me the answer, more people come into our community through exit 79 than exit 75. And so, therefore, that's the door. That is the doorway. And we certainly want to do things that are travel-friendly, driver-friendly. I was thinking the minute you said sculpture, I was thinking some type of since we're about water, having a water feature there. That's who we are, it's the hot springs. So I think that the other problem is that we don't know what we don't know. And that is scary as all you know what, because $193,000 for landscaping, that might be one number. maybe to Commissioner Clark's point, $8 million, I'm just picking a number out of the sky, to move all our utilities. Now we're talking some serious indebtedness to this community for a long period of time. And it's not like going out and building a new swimming pool or building a new golf course or building a new amusement park for our students to do skateboards and our kids and all that kind of jazz. This is something that's under the ground that people aren't even going to see. They're not even going to notice it, and yet we're spending that type of money. And I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. That's not the point. I think I'm not going to use the word frustration. My frustration is that we don't have a complete picture of what we are up against here and what we are even contemplating indebting this community for 20 years or 30 years out. And that's what I'm weighing with. I mean, I support this project. I want to move forward. I just wish we had all of the numbers on the table so we can make intelligent decisions that for our citizens. That's my problem. And I don't know if it's the same problem with anyone else or whatever, but that's where we are. So any further discussions? Gentlemen, thank you very much. Appreciate it. You won't have to sit here much longer because you're pretty much on the top. Moving forward then, the next item is our consent calendar, which consists of, first of all, does any commissioner want to pull one of the two items of the consent calendar out? If not, then I will stand for a motion for the consent calendar, which consists of the City Commission regular minutes of August 8th, 2018, and appointment of Harv Kleinstiver to the Golf Course Advisory Board to replace Ms. Vivian Bonner.
So moved, Mayor.
I have a motion by Commissioner Heschler and a second by
I'll second that motion.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitehead. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We are now into a public hearing for the special use permit for live work retail at 520 North Broadway. Our applicant is, I hope I'm pronouncing this name correctly, is it Lillis Urban. Our presenter is Susanna Diller, and since this is a quasi-judicial procedure, I would ask Madam Clerk if you could swear in Ms. Diller and Ms. Urban. If you could just stand, please.
I swear that it's tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you very much. So, Ms. Urban, there's no one who's signed up opposing, which is always nice if you're the applicant. And so we will start with staff's presentation to the commission. Susanna Diller.
Hello, Commissioners, Mayor, City Manager. Just here to present to you the special use permit for a live work retail dwelling at 520 North Broadway. Lillis Urban has recently purchased the old Turtleback Oasis there, and she's hoping to open an art gallery retail space along Broadway and have a residential area in the back. As you know, we've done this pretty recently. Living units along Broadway, Main, and Date Street do require a special use permit for approval. So you should have her application packet along with sort of the proposed shop outline there and a letter of intent from Ms. Urban. And I'll stand for any questions. Staff recommendation is to approve this special use permit.
Any questions or concerns from the commission?
Do we know how many days that you plan on staying open to the public? But would it be 2 days a week, 5 days a week, 7 days a week?
Actually, Commissioner Clark, I think we asked that question.
We asked that later,
when
when she-
Ms. Urban is up.
Okay.
But now you've given her a chance to think
I
about
got her
the
a
answer.
chance to think about it.
So that's like an open book test. I love you as a teacher. All right. Are there any further questions of Ms. Diller from staff?
Yeah, why are you leaving again?
Yes.
It's okay, don't answer that question.
But we love you. All right, thank you very much. Do you have any questions, Ms. Urban, of staff? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. And then the next person to be heard would be Ms. Urban. If you could come up. I'm sorry.
I have a question.
Is it pertaining to this public hearing?
Yes, about
Did you
building it.
excuse me, did you sign up? You didn't sign up.
No, I
Would you-
didn't know I had to.
Okay, would you like to sign up?
Yes,
Okay, would you like to be a proponent or opponent?
I'm not either. I
Good.
just have a question.
Okay, so you will be part of the public, and I will get to call on you. You will have an opportunity to ask that question. Okay? Because we have to take it in order. There's an order that we follow since this is semi-legal. If you could just please sign your name, and I will give you a call as the public. And Jay, let me ask you a question. Since this woman is here now, can I go out of order? She's standing up right now.
I'm fine with that, it's fine, I think, go ahead. Go ahead, Jesse. I
Okay,
think
all
we'll
right, so
just-
what is your question now?
I have a question. When I got this letter, I own a building on 516 Broadway, which is right next door,
Okay.
about that far from the building in question. When I got this letter, I went to the city and I asked them, what exactly are they planning on putting in there as a work situation? And she said, well, I don't know. And I said, you mean they filed for a special use permit and you don't know what they want to put in the building? And she said, no, I don't. You'll just have to come to the meeting. Well, obviously you knew that they were going to put in an art gallery or whatever. Why couldn't she have just told me that up front and said, yeah, they want to put in an art gallery and been done with it? Why did they tell me, well, we don't know what they want to put in there? Wasn't there anything on the use permit that said what they were going to put in it?
Unfortunately, I can't answer that question. I don't think any of my fellow commissioners can. Certainly, if the application was in our possession, all it would take for someone to take a look, because Ms. Urban has written a lovely statement of why she wants to do this and be involved in community life and help the community grow. Because of some changes that have been made at the top level, our city manager's contract was terminated. We have had a lot of people doing a lot of different jobs that they normally do not do to help some of the shortages that we have in departments. And very possibly, I'm not making excuses, but very possibly someone answered your question who wasn't a regular person in the city clerk's office. Did you go to the
I
city
went to the
clerk?
city clerk's
Okay,
office.
and
Okay.
that's all.
She sent me over to whatever that human resources or whatever that building over there is, that she said, you have to go over there.
Okay.
So I went over there. The girl got out a little folder, looked at the folder and said, we don't have any idea.
Well, for your,
We don't know.
I apologize, that's not the way we want to operate, and that's not the way we do operate.
Yeah.
But obviously, something went wrong here, and I apologize for the inconvenience that
I
you
don't
were.
have any objection to an art gallery,
Okay,
but my building is only about that far from her building. And I intend to sell that building someday, and I don't want what she's got in there to interfere with what I want to do with my building.
mm-hmm,
That's the only reason I was here to ask
okay.
why you couldn't tell me.
All
Thank
right,
you.
but Mr. Riley, my understanding though, you're not speaking as an opponent, that you said you're not opposed to the art gallery going in, is that what we're to understand?
Yeah, that's what she said.
Okay, all right,
That's
just
what
want
I
to make sure we're
heard.
clear.
Good. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Urban. If you'd like to do your presentation, we'd appreciate it.
Good morning. My name is Lilith Urban. I'm the property owner at 520 North Broadway, and I recently purchased the building. I've been in New Mexico for quite some time, and I love Truth or Consequences and have since I first came, so I'm really excited to have bought the building and be making these movements to being here full-time and starting a business. Today, our hearing, I guess, is about the special use permit for the back portion of the building where I hope to make a little studio apartment so I can live in the building downtown and then operate the business in the front portion of the property. and I welcome any questions that the commission or the mayor may have for me at this time.
Thank you.
You
Questions?
already heard mine.
Yes, and the answer is, how many days, how many hours?
I think the answer to that is I'm going to try to really be responsive to the market and see what works. I think definitely initially it'll be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then if there seems to be more sort of economic benefit to having hours other than those, then changing accordingly.
Second question is, I know pretty much that building, and it's already plumbed for like a kitchen, and Suzanne, I think you probably know that too, right? But are you still going to have a certificate of occupancy before you can open?
I don't intend to have any commercial kitchen in the building at the moment.
It's not the question.
Okay, I guess I don't
Are you going to have to
understand.
do any remodeling in the back so that you're going to have to get a permit to do the remodel?
I think that that's a really good question and something I'll need to find the answer out to. It is plumbed, as you mentioned, so there's, there's water to the back portion, and we'll be putting in a full bathroom and then a small kitchen. So I don't know what the city codes or policy are with respect to the kind of permits I have to get, but absolutely will follow whatever permitting process is necessary.
I think we went through that with the 420, didn't we?
Yeah.
And we were required it. You might be looking at a certificate of occupancy.
Okay. And I get that also through Susanna's office, or? Okay, okay,
She'll help you, I'm sure.
okay.
All right, any further questions, Commissioner Clark? Questions? Okay, staff? May, sure, okay.
So part of the reason that was stressed so much with the previous live work unit was that he had already begun some of the renovation process, and we just wanted to be clear that just because we were granting it at that time, whereas Lillis hasn't made those same moves towards doing that renovation, she will need to have permits for the remodel and then get that certificate of occupancy, which will come from the state.
Right.
But I'll go through that with her.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Thank you, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Okay, moving on. G1, discussion action, resolution number 13, 2018, approving support from City of Truth and Consequences for New Mexico Department of Transportation, NMDOT, the I-25 Business Loop 11, which is Date Street, Preferred Alternative Project, CN 11011230, and selection of landscaping alternative, and our presenter again is our grants coordinator, Tracy Brenner.
Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, Manager Canton. So you've seen the presentation from WH Pacific and asked and received some answers from both WH Pacific, Site Southwest, as well as NMDOT. So we're respectfully now requesting the Commission approve the resolution showing support of the project, as well as approve a landscaping design. And we're here for any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission?
Tracy, are you willing to look for $10 million yourself to add on to this project?
I'm definitely willing to look into any funding possible, as well as work closely to hopefully minimize any impact to the city for any of this.
That was a good
That's
answer.
the right answer. Very good.
That was a good answer.
Any other questions, concerns? If hearing none, then I will stand for a motion. Commissioner Heschler.
I'd like to move that we approve resolution number 13, 2018/2019, approving support for City of Chico Consequences for the New Mexico Department of Transportation, I-25 Business Loop 11, Preferred Alternative Project CN 1101-230, and selection of landscaping alternative number 2. The reason I choose number 2 is that I don't think we should go with the basic concept, and I'm hoping that we have some time to try to figure out alternatives to determine funding for the rest of that project.
Outstanding. All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Heschler, a second by
I'll second that motion.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitehead. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Honorable Steve Green?
Yes.
Honorable Sandra Whitehead? Aye. Honorable Ralph Hessler?
Yes.
Honorable Kathy Clark?
You're on the hook for this one.
Heard. Not too much pressure, Commissioner Clark.
Not too much. Yes.
Honorable Paul Buckles?
It's unanimous. Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
gentlemen, thank you. We will see you back in our community when you have the date for the workshop. I appreciate it if you could run the date first by Manager Canton, just to make sure that we're not in conflict with any other board meetings, because you probably would like a representation of a commission there, I'm thinking. Could be wrong. So if you could just run that by Ms. Canton before you make it a definite date and start advertising, I would appreciate that. I think you'll get bigger participation that way. Thank you, gentlemen, I appreciate it. Okay, the next item is G3, discussion action, resolution number 15, 2018/2019, approving the pool fees for the J.A. Hodges Municipal Pool. Our presenter is Tammy Gardner, our pool manager.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, we have gotten our recommendation from the rec board. As you can see in the action form, we have all the price increases. We have the old pricing structure as well as the new pricing. The one main recommendation that the rec board did have is highlighted in red. They want to do a group or groups that, and I'm not saying like groups like schools or organizations or things like that. It's like if a group of a family or a group of 6 friends or something, a group like that of 6 or more that come in at the same time, then they want to discount $1 per person for a group discount. That was the other recommendation that they had, other than the recommendations that we had discussed about increasing the pool fees. But what we're looking for is just an approval of the resolution to increase these fees.
Okay, do we have any questions, concerns? Commissioner Hessler.
Ms. Gardner, did the city of TRC, do we have a swim team? The high school has a swim team?
Not the high school. We have a swim team, but they're more of an independent, non-profit.
And how much fees for that particular entity be handled?
Their fees aren't included. That's not included in these fees. This is just the everyday use fees. It's not. That's like the private rentals, the rental agreements.
Okay, so they would have access without fees, or do they have to pay, or?
Their fees are different. Their fees are under the private contract or the private rental agreement. Their fees aren't the ones that we're increasing here in this.
Any other questions? I have one, Ms. Gardner. So today, if I was 15 years old and went to the swimming pool, would I be paying $2 or would I be paying $3?
$2.
Okay, and you're proposing to raise that to $3. Am I correct in reading this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And fellow commissioners, I have a problem with that. I got to tell you. I mean, I know that we budgeted $195,000 for the swimming pool. I know we only take in $16,000, and I don't know. Let's even say half of them are the youth that use that pool. So now you're talking $8,000 to try to balance a discrepancy that is this large on the backs of our youth. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's reasonable. I would like to see if we could, but yet I understand we're running, even though we're running a city, it is a business. You can't keep on having $195,000 of expenses and $16,000 in revenue and expect to stay in business very, very long. I would certainly like to try to find other ways to make up that shortness now that we would create in this gardener's budget by taking away that dollar increase. But I just don't think it's fair. I don't think it's reasonable. You know, if the kids are having an after-school job to help with household expenses, or because mom and dad don't have the money to give them something that they want to buy and they're working to buy that, this keeps them productive citizens. It gives them things to do that are helpful and healthy. I just have a hard time nailing the youth on a shortfall of this magnitude, that it really doesn't make that much difference one way or another. That's my only point. And, you know, that's just my position. I'm not trying to change your minds or anything, but I just don't. I think we should look for other areas to raise revenue to close what will always be a gap, because it's a quality of life issue, and I think quality of life issues should be non-negotiable. I mean, I think there's certain things that we are mandated to do to supply our citizens with activities that are healthy and a sense of community, but to nail a 10-year-old kid when he's getting a $2 a week allowance at best just doesn't make sense. Well, please, this is a business meeting, but I'm quite sure all the children who use the swimming pool appreciate your support. So that's only my concern.
I do have a comment, Mayor.
Sure, Commissioner Park.
Just to back you up, we just looked at the municipal fees for the pools in Albuquerque,
Right.
and we're extremely high. And that being said, Tammy, I appreciate all the work you put into this.
Right.
But I had a swimmer on the swim team too, and I think $50 for a 30 punch pass is a lot for a youth. And because we take such a hit on that swimming pool anyway, and you know I hate that pool cover with a passion, and I don't like the word hate, but that's got one. It's still something that our kids are entitled to be able to go swimming and to be able to do it for as least expensive as they possibly can. I got to back you up, Mayor, on that one. Thank you, Tammy.
So, to go on to another subject that Commissioner Heschler had brought up, Ms. Gardner, group discount, 6 or more customers. So, are you trying to encourage things like pool parties and stuff like that? I mean, so what, because I know that there's the aerobic groups that we heard Ms. McLeod talk about, and then there's the lap swimmers. So what constitutes this group that we're going to give a $1 discount to? And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, because we want more people to utilize our asset of the swimming pool. But what do you envision rather, when you put that down on this form? What do you look at as a group?
What they were looking at is more just encouraging. You have 4 friends that are going to the pool, and they say, well, if we get 2 more, then we'll each get $1 off.
Okay.
Kind of thing. Or, I'm going to take my family to the pool. Can I take your 2 kids so we can get a discount? They're just encouraging more bodies, more. It's nothing to do with parties or groups of that nature. It's just they wanted to say, like, not necessarily say family discount, but group, but not groups like organization groups, like I was saying, or parties or things. Just encouraging more people to come if they invite their friends, if they get $1 off.
Okay. And are you at liberty, I don't want to put you on the spot, okay, and say if you're not, you're not. Are you at liberty right now to say what you're looking for hours as we move to cover the pool? I see that you've got some additional lifeguards. Someone was praising Kyle, I think the gentleman's name was. So where are we? Are you at liberty to say that right now?
Kyle is our head lifeguard, and we did just recently, in the last week, finally get a full-time lifeguard. cashier hired on. So that way we can start looking into, we still need to look into how many more is available to even hire, how we are budgeted to hire for the winter. But as far as that goes, we're looking at possibly getting it open more with the hiring of the new Alexis Eaton is her name.
Okay.
And so we are looking, which that's just been since last week, so we're looking into opening up the schedule more possibly.
Great.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Commissioners, I might be able to add a little bit to that.
Thank you.
One of the items we have further on the agenda is about the heater. So, you know, the improvements on the heater is gonna matter, with the winter hours, and the, repairs on the bubble, on the cover, on the dome if it's needed. Sorry, we call it bubble over there. Which we think it should be okay. We believe it was patched before it was taken down the last time properly, from what Ms. Gardner has reported. And so that will determine the hours, plus we have 2 additional part-times that we still need to fill.
And we're still advertising.
So once we have a determination on the heater, we'll proceed with that, which we can proceed with adding additional hours and for the winter hours.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Any further questions? Hearing none, I would like to make a motion that we approve the 2018 pool fees as presented, with the exclusion of the youth and the youth monthly pass. That should remain as it presently is right now. That is my motion. Anyone swimming up here would like to make a second? Going once, going twice. Motion dies for lack of a second. I will stand for a motion.
Mayor Green, I'd like to move that we approve resolution number 15, 2018, 2019, approving pool fees for the J.A. Hodges Municipal Pool as presented and suggested by Tammy Gardner.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Hessler and a second by Commissioner Baca. Any further discussion?
I just had one question. You know, I was looking at the resolution, the second, and maybe we already addressed the second paragraph, whereas the city operates the city pool during the summer season. Do you want to add any language about working diligently to keep the pool open year-round, or?
I think that
Oh,
was
Mr. Mayor,
changed.
yeah, we did hand out a revised one.
There was a revised one.
To where I apologize for not adding that in. The first whereas, what we revised was, it says, various recreational facilities at minimal cost. And the second whereas would be the city operates the city pool during the, during the whole year.
I had during the summer season and works diligently to attempt to.
Unfortunately, Attorney Rubin, I guess you didn't get a copy.
No, I didn't. Okay,
of
all right.
the new one.
Okay, so the change on the second whereas we're recommending is the city operates the city pool during the whole year instead of summer season.
That's all right. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner Hessler, a second by Commissioner Baca. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Honorable Steve Green?
No.
Honorable Sandra Whitehead?
Aye.
Honorable Rob Peschler?
Yes.
Honorable Kathy Clark?
No.
Honorable Paul Baca?
Yes.
All right, it carries. The next item is G4, ordinance number 698 for publication amending the Uniform Traffic Ordinance. Attorney Rubin.
Yes, we, as you know, already have an ordinance where we adopt the state uniform traffic ordinance with all amendments. But what we commonly do is, as the legislature makes amendments, we always actually go through the process of actually specifically adopting them here at our level, and that's what it's designed to do. The legislature has made numerous changes to various portions of the uniform traffic ordinance. So what I'm presenting to you are those changes for your consideration. The packet I gave is fairly lengthy, and most of the changes are actually pretty minor. So what I propose to do is actually just articulate the ordinance numbers themselves to what the proposed changes would be, and I'll just go through that. There's a couple exceptions where I do want to elaborate a little bit further, and then of course the commission wants me to elaborate on the other ones, which I'm giving just a brief overview, then I can do that. But anyway, the affected ordinances would be as follows: 12-1-5.1 motorcycle, 12-1-67 school bus. Next page, 12-6-7.4 operation of vehicle on approach of moving authorized emergency vehicle of oncoming vehicle yield right of way. The next one is 12-7-9.2, which deals with off-highway motor vehicles, and I've redlined that, and I'll explain that in just a moment. I'll come back to that. Similarly, the next section is 12-7-9.9, operation equipment, and that deals mostly with off-highway vehicles. So again, I'll come back to that in just a moment. Going through it further, 12-10-1.44, special restrictions on lamps. 12-5-7 pedestrian control signals, 12-5-8 flashing signals, 12-5-10 display of unauthorized signs, signals, or markings, 12-6-12.11 restriction on use of video in motor vehicles, 12-6-12.12 coasting prohibited, 12-6-13.10 animals on street, 12-6-13.11 driving on mountain streets, 12-6-13.15 littering, 12-6-14.2 pedestrians right-of-way and crosswalks, 12-6-14.3 pedestrians to use right half of crosswalk, 12-6-14.4 crossing at other than crosswalks, 12-6-14.5 pedestrian on streets, 12-8.1 the effect on the regulations, 12-10-1.1 prohibited acts, 12-10.1.3 when lighted lamps are required, 12-10-1.5 head lamps on motor vehicles, 12-10-1.7 tail lamps, 12-10-1.8 vehicles to be equipped with reflectors, 12-10-1.12 windshield must be unobstructed and equipped with wipers. Windows must be transparent. Exceptions. 12-10-1.12A, sunscreen material on windshields and windows, requirements, violation, penalty. Let's see. And then finally, the penalty assessment section. And as I indicated, most of these are very minor changes. In some instances, it basically just refers you to the penalty assessment section for the penalty to be imposed for a violation of any of these ordinances. So I'll now go into the two ordinances which I withheld for a moment so we can have more of a discussion about that. Let's go back to 12-7-9.2. That is the ordinance regarding operation of off-highway motor vehicles and streets on highways prohibited areas. And what it says is if you are intending to adopt an off-highway motor vehicle ordinance, this is what you have to include in there. And of course, we've already gone through that process, so I didn't need to have this in there. It would be superfluous. Of course, that's something else, the subject of the petition that's already been circulated, so we'll see where that winds up. But again, we didn't really need to have this adopted since we already have gone through the process of going through the ordinance and including the things that are included in this particular ordinance. Okay, 12-7-9.9 is kind of an interesting concept. What this is designed to do, if you pass an off-highway ordinance, which the commission has done, and if it passes if we do go through the election process and the voters vote in favor of the ordinance, this actually imposes more restrictions on the use of highway motor vehicles. So let me just kind of give you a brief overview. You'll see in that section that it goes from A, B, C, D, and E, and all of those actually give prohibitions for the use of off-highway vehicles. A person shall not operate an off-highway motor vehicle, and then it gives you 12 instances that goes on to the next page. B, a person under the age of 18 shall not operate an off-highway motor vehicle, and it gives you 3 instances. Then you go into the next page. A person under the age of 18 but at least 10 years of age shall not operate, etc. Same thing with D for a person under the age of 10. And then paragraph E is a prohibition regarding the sale of vehicle producing noise in excess of 96 decibels. So this is really in contemplation that you'll have an off-highway vehicle ordinance. And as you know, of course, there's a contest going on about that right now. Now, as I've indicated, this is not actually a new concept because we already have adopted the ordinances that are set forth in this full packet from previous amendments, but there are additions here that throughout this packet. So ordinarily, what I always advise the commission is that since these are amendments that are already passed by the legislature, it makes sense for us to adopt them down at this level, and I would stick with that recommendation. However, you may have some concerns regarding, this supplement to the off-highway vehicle ordinance. If you wish to maybe defer and see what happens with the petition and a possible election, you could do that and bring this back. Or you can approve it now with the expectation that the ordinance passes. You already have this in place. And so that's kind of thoughts that go through my mind at this time.
Mayor?
Yep, Commissioner Clark.
So I have some concerns on this one, because it does allow a 7 or a 10-year-old to cruise down the street. I got a real problem with that. I would never have allowed my 10-year-olds to be going 35, 45 miles an hour in a vehicle downtown. And Chief, I will ask you, do you think that's safe? That's a negative. And I agree with Attorney Rubin that maybe one of the good possibilities is to pull the OHV part of this, because we don't know what the end result of this petition is going to be in this vote, or if we're going to consider maybe rediscussing that OHV ordinance that we passed. But my preference would be to see this pulled, all of it, both section 12792 and 12799, because they're a little bit inconsistent. And the other question I had is, and probably I'll ask Commissioner Baca, what in the world is an auto cycle? And what's the difference between an auto cycle and an ATV or OHV, you know? Because that's putting a 3-wheeler out on the road too. And so I'm wondering if that little section, which is 1215.1, ought to be pulled also. But thank you, Chief, for agreeing with me on that, because that's just one thing you have to bring up that's a concern to you, and we've rediscussed this whole ordinance. So I don't know what the legislature was thinking when they did that. But anyway, that's my comments.
Any other comments or concerns?
Commissioner Clark, an autocycle is a motorized bicycle.
There we go.
So that means I would be killing my own bike? Okay. Then I'm going to subtract that.
Yeah, I'd like to go on the record as totally agreeing with Commissioner Clark. I mean, when you read this 12.7/9.9 and moving forward, now some of this, with all due respect to my fellow commissioner, does deal with hunting and using these vehicles to herd cattle, livestock. But then you turn the page, and someone who's like 11 years old is allowed. They can't go in excess of 10 miles an hour within 200 feet of a business, animal shelter, horseback rider, bicyclist, pedestrian, or occupied dwelling unless the person operates the vehicle on a closed course or track or a public roadway. And that's to Commissioner Clark's point, that that ordinance that is under dispute right now has opened up our entire city as a public roadway, and we could have people who are under the guidance of an adult, a person under the age of 18 but at least 10 years of age shall not operate an off-highway vehicle unless the person is visually supervised at all times by a parent, legal guardian, or a person over the age of 18 who has a valid driver's license. I don't quite understand I do understand what visually supervised means, and that means there's no supervision whatsoever, because the accident's going to happen before the adult can respond to the situation of an 11-year-old coming into an intersection of Silver and Ninth, or wherever the intersection might be. So I think there's some issues, and it goes again, a person under the age of 10 shall not operate an off-road motor vehicle. The person is unless the person is visually supervised at all times by a parent, guardian, or instructor of a safety training course certified by the department, which means we could have 6-year-olds. If we adopted this in total, the way it is, we could have 6-year-old kids driving ATVs on our streets as long as they're supervised. What does that mean? I mean, that's just a world of legal trouble. And it becomes more than a right to do something, it becomes a legal issue of safety. And I think it's the responsibility of the government of any municipality to provide for the safety of its citizens. So I agree with Commissioner Clark that that whole area should be pulled, because it would just kill us, and it would kill the police department to see a 3-year-old or a 4-year-old driving on our highway, on our roads. I mean, it would just be absolutely just an accident, unfortunately, waiting to happen. Those are my comments.
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
Commissioners, if I might ask the city attorney, it's my understanding that the uniform traffic ordinance is what's passed by the legislative session in a previous session.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so am I correct in thinking that the previous one says a municipality has the right to pass an OHV ordinance if they proceed to?
Right.
So any additions into this uniform traffic ordinance would be only if we had passed it and included it in our ordinance to allow them.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the assumption I'm making. I believe this is I would look at this as a supplement to the action we've already taken. You know, we've already taken the action to adopt the OHV ordinance. If it passes through this process, you know, that we're involved right now, the petition process, if there is an election, if the voters vote in favor of this, of keeping the OHV ordinance, then this would be regarded as a supplement to additional prohibitions
That we may or may not want to add to the ordinance, should it stay in effect.
And I think you would want to, and at least in a large part of it, because, again, paragraph A does describe other instances where you're prohibited from driving an OHV.
So with that, I'm wondering what the benefit would be to remove these from the uniform traffic ordinance, even though it doesn't mean that we're adding it to our off-highway vehicle ordinance, should it be allowed to continue.
I was really looking at the standpoint, maybe the commission might just feel more comfortable with that. I'm giving you another option in case you didn't want to adopt the whole thing together. I was only just thinking that the commission just wanted to say, let's see what happens with the election first, if there is an election. That was really just I was just trying to think of something for the commission to do, if you wanted to.
So, Attorney Rubin, if the voters were to turn down the ordinance as it existed, as it was presented to the commission when they voted on it, by default, does this UTO become our rubric because it is a state, and if you don't have anything, then you refer to the state, and if the state has something, isn't that what is applicable?
Well, the difference was, though, what the state did, as you recall, we had to pass the ordinance, or we had to go through the ordinance process because the state said a municipality has the right to pass an ordinance adopting the UTO, so we had to go through what we've already done.
Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, yeah, I would have just said, okay, it's already been legalized by a state, for this happened in the city.
So that's my question,
Yeah.
Attorney Rubin. If the ordinance is overturned, does this uniform traffic ordinance of the state become our rules and regulations of the city?
I'm actually thinking the opposite. I'm thinking it would be moot, really, because this talks about really the prohibitions for OHVs, assuming you already have an ordinance adopting it.
Okay.
So I'm thinking this probably would be mostly moot in that instance.
Okay. All right. Any other concerns? So I will stand for a motion.
I make a motion that we accept this UTO with the exception of removing 1279.2 and 1279.9. It's not clear.
I have a motion by Commissioner Clark, and I want to second that motion. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, can we have roll call, please? I beg your pardon, this is, I don't think we need roll call, we're going for publication. So whoever, the motion is for approval of ordinance number 698 for publication. Commissioner Clark, would you like to just make that?
Sure.
So it's clear, please. Thank you.
This is for, what number are we at now?
We're at G4.
Ordinance number 698 for publication, amending the Uniform Traffic Ordinance as presented by Jay Rubin with the exclusion of section 12-7-9.2 and 12-7-9.9.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Clark, and I will second that motion. Is there any further discussion? Madam Clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Honorable Steve Green?
Yes.
Honorable Sandra Whitehead? Aye. Honorable Ralph Hessler?
Yes.
Honorable Kathy Clark?
Aye.
Honorable Paul Baca?
Thank you. Carries unanimously. Thank you very much, all my fellow commissioners on that one. The next item is the special use permit for Live Work Retail at 520 North Broadway. The applicant is Ms. Lillis Urban, and we have heard from our P&Z students of lead to Chicago coordinator, Ms. Suzanne Diller, who will be grossly and greatly missed. So the floor is yours.
You've heard the presentation, heard the public hearing. Do you all have any further questions?
Any further questions? Hearing none, I will stand for a motion. I will move for approval of the special use permit for the Live Work retail space at 520 North Broadway as presented by Ms. Diller, and we've heard from the applicant, Ms. Urban. That is my motion.
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Whitehead. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. She is not here, but we wish her the best of luck. H1, unfinished business. Approval for the Mud Mountain Tower replacement. Our presenter is Ms. Melissa Torres, our finance director, and we have Bo Easley, director of our electric department as well. Up and good.
Good morning, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, City Manager Renee. On Mud Mountain, we have a tower and a building that's owned by the city that is on BLM land. In May of 2018, New Mexico State University notified us that the tower was unsafe and condemned from anybody climbing it. We started working with Advanced Tower Services out of Albuquerque to repair the tower. Advanced Tower notified us that the tower was beyond its useful service life and should be condemned. You have attached pictures where the legs are cracked and everything. We received a quote from Advanced Tower, East Tex Tower, and HEI. Out of the three companies, only one was able to give us a quote on the replacement of the tower. The company is Advanced Tower Services. We also been working with BLM and on the communication site and management plan for the new tower. Also, I have some good news. KRWG, New Mexico State University, they were they applied for a grant to see if they could help us with this new tower. I received the email from Adrian this morning. I'll go ahead and read it to you. I just received word from PBS that KRWG has been approved to fund up to half of the cost of the new tower. We'll need to work out the details later, but as Adrian is proposing that KRWG pay 49% of the tower construction costs. The city of Searcy would be in the majority owner and responsible for any tower ownership costs such as insurance. Any lease revenue would go directly to the city. KRWG would remain on the tower, and we can go over this whenever we look at their contract, rent-free for the life of the tower. They would continue to be responsible for day-to-day site maintenance. They're proposing down the road, any tower maintenance that needs to be performed by an outside tower crew be split 49% with the city, and the city would pay 51% of with everything. Being a non-guide tower, there isn't much maintenance that would be needed to be performed, but he wanted this to clarify this on the front end. I stand for any questions now.
Questions, concerns? Commissioner Ashland.
Mr. Ely, is there any way that we can do any design work to reduce the cost even further, whether it's pouring concrete or doing something that we could normally do in-house?
The problem is getting up there to the tower. They're going to have to bring cement in by helicopter to pour the new slab, or you have
one of those in our fleet?
No, sir, we don't. I could put one in the budget for next year. But no, it is a very rough road getting up there. You have to have four-wheel drive to get up there and everything. So.
All right, sir. Thank you.
And this money, the 36,000, roughly what we're talking about, a little bit less, well, that would come out of your budget, your operating budget?
What I would do is go ahead and pay for the whole thing. I'm asking money that we can find to do it, which we do have. I'm sorry.
Good morning, Commissioners, Mayor Pro Tem. To answer that question, Mayor, is that what we're proposing on this budget transfer is to hit his ending cash balance. He definitely has the money in his ending cash balance. As Mr. Easley stated, we're very fortunate that this is a grant and that the state is going to pay for half of it, but we do have to remember that we'll have to pay upfront to get this done and then wait to get the reimbursement from New Mexico State. So that will not interfere with Mr. Easley's operation budget because he's already got it slated for several projects that he has designated for, which this was an unforeseen project that came up.
Mr. Orr, just to follow up on that then, so the money is coming out, of which, thank God you have ending cash balance that you can do this. So I'm hearing something about rental fees.
Correct.
So does the money that comes out of the electric department, let's say it's $36,000, just to deal in an even number, do those rental fees go into the general fund, or do they go back to the electric department to pay that department back for fronting the $36,000 to build the tower? In other words, who gets that money? Or is it just a $36,000 reduction out of the electric department?
So that money comes from the general fund, from the leases that we have with these providers. So one of the things that we did was we looked for our lease agreement with these providers, and the lease agreement was pretty aged. So one of the recommendations we asked was to tally other municipalities of what they're charging nowadays, because like I said, ours has been about 10 years since we've done an update on it. One of the things that we also kept in mind is, are we going to get payback on the $75,000 that we're investing in this tower? And so we were very pleased to see that many of the communities were within our range that we are right now. So when we propose the contract in front of you, we're not asking for an increase because we will see payback within a year and a half is what we predicted. Now that we know that New Mexico State University is going to help us, it'll be paid back within a year or less.
And do we know what the projected revenue of those leases are?
Right now, we got, I think it's,
I see there's KOB up there and a couple other, I guess, is that the radio station or the or both?
The television station,
No,
sir.
so-
Yes, sir.
okay.
And so what we're predicting right now is about $3,200 if we send our bills correctly to our providers.
$3,200 a month?
No, sir, for the whole year.
$3,200 a year?
No.
And that's 3 companies who are going to hang their apparatus up on the tower?
Correct, correct. And we also did a study just to see, because New Mexico University also has been providing the maintenance for us and has done it on a monthly basis. So we also asked the New Mexico State University so we could calculate what kind of structure we're getting from them based in lieu of them doing the maintenance for us. And so it was comparable to what we're charging these other TV stations.
Okay. And, Bo, I saw on the price quote sheet, which I have here, demolition of existing tower.
Yes, sir.
I know this might be pennies, but we're always fighting about pennies, right? Is there any possibility we could keep that metal? Because we have a contract with a metal salvager, and we get about $75 a ton, so whatever a tower weighs, it's just found money on our part.
Yes, sir, yes. I could ask the contractor if we could have the metal.
Sweet. I mean, now let me ask you this, is that a hardship for you? I mean, are they gonna say, sure, you bring it down?
No,
the tower?
no, it's already in the quote for them to take down the
If you could ask them, I mean, it's just, whatever it is, it's just found money as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, sir.
Good, thank you. Other questions, concerns from the
Yeah.
commission? Commissioner Clark?
How long will this new tower last us before this one will?
I would say quite a while. The tower that is there now has lasted, has been up there since probably the 70s, I would think.
Okay. So if it's $36,000 and we're getting $3,200 a year, that's 11 and a quarter years payback, not a year and a half.
Yes, ma'am. I correct myself. I thought we were getting that a month.
So it
Right.
was $3,200 a year. So even still, it's going to be paid back at some particular point. You'll be ahead of the game, even if it's just a few pennies. But it needs to be done, or the people who have antennas aren't going to have television.
Exactly.
So there's a lot of people that just operate on antenna that can't afford DirecTV or any of those other ones. Isn't that correct?
All of our seniors in town that can't afford Dish or DirecTV, they had just put their little rabbit ears up and they can get TV.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, so I will stand for a motion then. I move for approval of the Mud Mountain Tower replacement, and the company is Advanced Tower Services. That would be the provider of the services to take the existing tower down and to put the new one up. That is my motion.
Second motion.
I have a second by Commissioner Hessler. Is there further discussion?
Do we have that commitment from KRWG in hand?
Yes.
Got an
Okay.
email.
Okay. Thank you.
So I do have one more follow-up question.
Yes, sir.
Is it the entity's responsibility who are renting space on the tower? Is it their responsibility to hook up their antenna? Who does that?
They do that themselves, yes, sir.
They do that. So the city has no liability whatsoever on that?
No, sir. And also, I'd like to add that the reason why this tower is so expensive now, BLM has put in rules and regs that, like the tower that is there now has guide wires on it. BLM has cracked down very hard. We've been doing a lot of maintenance up there and everything, but they've changed the rules where the tower has to be self-supporting now. And that's why the cement is so expensive, because it's self-supporting.
Down in the ground, deep.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Building a bridge over water. Any further discussions? All right, hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Thanks for your effort, folks.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Ms. Starks. The next item is a follow-up to this. Discussion action approval of the amendment to the tower and equipment lease agreement with KOB, KASA, and KRQE. And again, our presenters are Ms. Torres, Finance Director, and Mr. Bo Easley, Director of Electric, it is Economic Development, actually, Electric Department.
Okay, thank you. So when we started seeing that we needed to build a new tower, we thought, well, let's look at the contracts that we have in place now. The contracts were very old. I think the last one we did was 2012. And we got with Jay did rewrite the contracts. We did find out that CASA was up there and was never being charged to begin with. So I have reached out to KOB, CASA, and KRQE and notified them what we are doing and everything. The only remark that I have gotten back is they asked us if we separate KOB, CASA, and KRQ not be on the same contract. One of the things that we wanted to bring to your attention is how much we want to charge these companies to be on our tower now. You know, like you said earlier, Kathy, we don't want to charge too much because we don't want them to leave and not be on our tower no more, and then our citizens would be without that channel being broadcasted and everything. So we did go out and we looked with Socorro, Cimarron, Tucumcari, Deming, Alamogordo, Silver City, and Carlsbad to see what their rates was that they charged. None of them, every one of them responded that they didn't really have any kind of contract or anything. The only contract that we got was Gallup, where they charge $1,200 per station occupying the tower and building site, and that was for a year.
So are you suggesting that, Bo and Ms. Torres, are you suggesting that we keep the 1066 a year fee in place right now, or are you suggesting that we bump it up a little bit? Because what I'm reading in our background here is the last contract that we had was 2012.
Yes, sir.
So I had asked the question of Manager Canton at our agenda meeting on Monday, have they been paying us without having a contract in place for 6 years? And so I think the answer was yes, they have them, which is a great caduce to them, because legally they didn't have to.
Correct. And what we were doing in the past was we were invoicing them.
Right.
So that would prompt them to give us the payment on a monthly basis.
Wouldn't it be easier just, we're talking $1,000. Wouldn't it be easier just to give them one invoice for a bill them for a year? I mean, why tie up staff 12 times where we can, I mean, these are commercial enterprises. These are not nonprofit organizations. I mean, just to make it easier for staff, since we're dealing with such a small amount, bill them once for the year. You know, bill them, and then you don't have to worry about it, and just have someone mark the calendar. Check on the, bill them again, 10 days before the end of the billing cycle, whatever that you determine. That's just a thought on my part. But I do have a legal question, Jay.
Yes.
CASA has been up there for God knows how long, free of charge. Is there a statute of limitations that we can go and ask for a reasonable remuneration, or is it because it's our fault we have to eat it?
Well, I guess the concern would be he had a contract that apparently expired in 2012.
No, we never had a contract.
Huh?
From what I heard, we've never had a contract with CASA. Is that
No,
correct?
we had a contract with them, correct?
No.
See, we've never had a contract. Can we go back 7 years and put them a bill for $7,000? I mean, I'm not saying it's theft of services. It's obviously it's incumbent on the city to manage its own finances, but where we have made a mistake and someone has taken advantage of that mistake, is there any restitution or is it worthwhile opening up a dialogue to see if there would be amenable to something?
You know, I better chat with Mr. Easley and Ms. Torres about that, actually, so I can get more of the background of actually what was going on with this and what the expectations were the parties. I don't want to give you a quick off answer when I hadn't really thought about that.
I'd much rather have a
I
scholarly,
I don't know really the answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's where my mind's going, is that maybe we should, if it doesn't hurt anything, why not? Worst thing, as someone said, the worst you could say is no.
What I am prepared to do at this point is I'd like to maybe just give you a few comments regarding the contracts that drew up.
Sure.
Before you. And what I did is I looked at the most recent contract, which did expire in 2012, and I just thought it'd be easier for the commission if I kind of did this as a red line form for you, so you can see really what we had in the old contract and the changes which I suggested. Now, I guess maybe the first comment is that Mr. Easley has advised that the entities want a separate contract, as I understand. So I guess what would have to be changed here, as opposed to having all three listed in the preamble, we'd have to have maybe one contract for each. But I think what we can do is, if you do approve the form of the contract, you can just instruct me to prepare two additional contracts with the same language, and you'll advise me what the consideration will be in paragraph 3. But just looking at this, paragraph 2 is one change I made. The old contract did not really even specify a length, so I just arbitrarily chose that the original term plus all renewals shall not exceed 5 years. So that was just an idea that I had. Paragraph 3, again, you'll advise me as to which amounts each entity will be paying. Paragraph 5, I changed the title to as an anti-nuisance. I think that made more sense to say installation and maintenance, because I think that's what that paragraph is talking about. Paragraph 7, I didn't put a title on there. I would suggest I would insert the title licensing and notifications. And basically the rest is pretty standard stuff. So prepared to proceed based upon the direction of the commission.
So, Bo, if there's a lightning strike, because you mentioned liability and insurance, or you have mentioned liability in the beginning of your presentation. So if there's a lightning strike and it knocks out one of those antennas, that's not our dime.
No, sir.
So the only dime we would have involved in this would be 51% of the cost of repairing the tower if the tower got hit.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Are you going to talk about lightning strikes?
Well, hopefully they bring rain. All right, any further questions? Hearing none, I will stand for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the approval of the amendment to the tower and equipment lease agreement with KOB, CASA, and KRQE as presented by Melissa Torres, our finance director, and Bo Easley, our electric department director.
And could you add that, Mayor Pro Tem, that these will be 3 separate contracts that Attorney Rubin will...
And these will be issued as 3 separate contracts prepared by Attorney Rubin.
Yeah, and I didn't really call it an amendment. I really called it a new contract. I just called it agreement for tower and equipment lease. Okay. And I don't know, Commissioner Whitehead, did you want to include what the consideration would be on paragraph 3 in your motion?
We need an amount.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that would be 1,000. So you're comfortable, Ms. Torres, to leave it the way it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that would be $1,066 a month.
$1,066.
A year. I wish it was a month.
Yeah.
A year.
For each entity?
For each entity. That's what I'm hearing.
With the exception of New
KRWG,
Mexico State.
We're going to go to
KRWG, that's a different...
Yeah, but they have their own,
Right.
they have their own.
So for KOB, KASA, and KRQE, we're saying $1,066 per annum.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. So I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Whitehead and a second by Commissioner Baca. Is there any further discussion?
Lower, Melissa, have you talked to those three entities already and given them that 1,066 figure?
No, we have not.
And I'm not sure we want to
I
put a
thought that was a done
contingency
deal.
on
No. Does the commission, good point, does the commission feel comfortable in having an open-ended and allow Ms. Torres and Mr. Easley to negotiate a price, knowing what the bottom line is and what grants is $200, a little, so like $140 more. Well, $140 per customer times 3, you know, now we start getting those pennies back a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Does anyone feel, I mean, I feel perfectly comfortable in having Ms. Torres and Mr. Easy negotiate that, rather than
Well,
bring
it's
it
just,
back.
for example, if
No.
CASA just says absolutely not, we can't do that.
Right.
Then we're stuck
It's
with that
1,066, but if they
1,066.
say 1,200, I mean.
Or even 500 or whatever it is.
6 years
but-
later, it's, you know, to ask someone to pay a little bit more money, I don't think is unreasonable. And if I'm not mistaken, these are commercial enterprises.
Mr. Mayor, if I might interject, is there a time frame we have to have this done, or we just need to have it done by the time the towers are here? The towers are installed.
We're not in a big hurry on it right now.
So maybe the best bet for the commission would be to pass it back so myself and staff can work on the negotiation, bring the prices and separate agreements back to the commission for approval.
I have no problem with that. If you're not up against a wall of a deadline or a calendar date. No.
And then in that manner, we could put it on consent even if we've
Okay.
negotiated something we agree with.
Good point. Would you like to take back my?
I'll take back my motion.
Was that motion seconded? I don't know if it was seconded, but would you like to take back your second? Okay, so,
Motion to
then,
postpone.
then motion to postpone, but the marching orders are, you guys to work with Manager Canton, negotiate the best deal you possibly can for us, and bring it back as soon as possible. Does that work? Good. Okay, thank you very much. Next item is number 3H3, discussion action approval of approving the amendment to the tower and equipment lease agreement with KRWG PBS TV Regions of Las Cruces, New Mexico, and again, our presenters are the same.
Okay, so on KRWG, we got with Adrian, because there was a verbal when years before I came to see the manager for the electric department. Whenever I took over the electric department, Ed Williams retired. Ed was taking care of the Mud Mountain antenna and everything. Well, there was a verbal agreement with KRWG that they would not be charged anything to be on the tower if they did the maintenance up for the building and for the tower and everything. We got with Adrian and we asked Adrian if he could put together a rough estimate of what they spend annually a year up there to do maintenance and work and everything. So they gave us a price. They roughly spend $2,450 a year up there, replacing air conditioners inside the building and everything. But also now KRWG is going to pay for 49% of the new tower. So they are asking, and we went ahead and Jay did a new contract with KRWG also, if they could be remain rent-free for the life of the tower, and also they would keep up the maintenance of the tower and the building up there. So we just wanted to make sure that was okay with you.
So you mentioned, though, that they replaced an air conditioner. That's on their dime?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's actually 2 air refrigeration units. They have to keep all the I don't want to say the computers and everything in there cool from getting hot, overheating and stuff like that. So
That's a pretty good deal if they're going to take care of it and use their own money to replace things, and we're still at a value higher than what we have been previously. We don't know what we're going to be now, but that's seems to me.
No,
I'm glad for the
KRW,
explanation.
WG New Mexico State has really worked with us really good, and we never had no problems with this. Anytime that we go up there to do something, they're always up there with us and helping us out. BLM has been really cracking down this last year. We had to go up there, remove a couple of towers that was abandoned by TDS and everything. They've been up there helping us and everything, clean up the site. I mean, BLM is just really, they're getting really particular about their land and everything, you know. They want everything, not to be touched and everything, to stay on the road when you drive up there, don't be driving off and stuff like that, so.
Okay, any further questions? If not, hearing none, I will stand for a motion.
Mayor Green, I move for the approval of the amendment to the tower and equipment lease agreement with KRWG UPS TV Regions of Las Cruces, New Mexico, as presented by Louise Lee, our electric department director.
I have a motion by Commissioner Hessler and a second by
I'll second that motion.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitehead. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
And I'll go ahead and run a clean copy. This is the red line copy, so you can see the
Okay.
changes. On paragraph 7, again, I'll include the subheading licensing and notifications, and so I'll have that for you.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is item H4, discussion action amendments to the City Commission Rules of Procedure. Our presenter is our City Clerk, Ms. Canton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. There was a recommendation to include some more information on decorum at a previous meeting to our rules of procedure. So what I did is I used the current New Mexico Municipal League sample rules of procedure for governing bodies. And so I just kind of went through that one by one, and I also attached that for your reference. With that, I'll just kind of go down through them, starting with rule number 5. Under the presiding officer, the section we're proposing says the presiding officer shall preserve order and decorum and have general direction of the meetings, announce the business before the body in the order in which it's to be acted upon, and recognize the speakers entitled to the floor and guide and direct the proceedings of the body. Which is basically nothing different, it just has it in writing in there. The next section would be rule number 17, under actions for comments from the public or public hearings, where it states the following rules of conduct shall apply to all public comment, that decorum is mandatory, no derogatory or degrading comments directed at staff of the City Commission will be tolerated during public comment. And rule number 18, under voting, we would add section A and change those letters underneath to where it says each commissioner in attendance must vote for or against all measures before the governing body unless there's a conflict of interest for which abstention is recognized. Under rule 18F, where it talks about abstention, which is already currently in place the way we use it. Then rule 19 would be an addition and renumbering the rest, which states a member of the City Commission shall confine their remarks to the question under the discussion or debate, avoiding personal references or attacks on fellow members, staff members, or members of the public. No member of the City Commission shall engage in private discourse or commit any other act tending to distract the attention of the governing body from the business before it. Letter B is a member who resorts to persistent irrelevance or consistent repetition may be directed to discontinue his speech by the presiding officer. C is point of order. The commissioner may call attention to the violation of rules or a mistake in procedure by raising a point of order. The presiding officer may permit full explanation before ruling on the claim and may submit the question to the governing body for decision by majority vote. And then the numbers of the additional rules have been changed, and you have a sample of those where I highlighted the sections that we added in. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions you may have. I just thought it might be nice to have, and, I'll open it up for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Manager Canton?
Just me.
Commissioner Clark?
And Attorney Rubin, if you'd help me with this one, because I'm guilty of abstaining, and this says that you have to vote yes or no. So, and I abstained just the last time, I believe. One of the reasons I did it is because I didn't have enough information. I had missed several meetings. And, you know, if there's one person that is going to abstain, and then you got a 2-2 vote, then it's like breaking the tie and enforcing that, and it may be without good information. So I'm just curious as to, you know, and you'd have to make up the story to say it's a conflict of interest to walk out of the room, unless it's just an internal conflict. But I'm just kind of disappointed that that one's in there. And so I'm wondering if, and then the other thing that I read in there that's kind of interesting is that there have been several times where I know a lot of us, including myself, have a question and we see somebody in the audience that I've actually asked a question of, and I know we've done it with Tracy quite a few times and Susanna, and this is basically saying that that we can't pull somebody out of the audience to help us with the question. Am I misreading that?
Which one are you on, 19?
Section?
Where are you?
You're making me reread this whole thing over.
I'm sorry.
So, Rule 19, decorum.
You found it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really reading that
No
section.
member of the city commission shall engage in a private discourse, or is that?
I think private, yeah.
No, I don't
Yeah.
think that's an issue.
No.
No, and actually, Commissioner Clark, I think if you look under Article 1, General Provisions, page 2 of 9, 1.3, duties of the presiding officer, the mayor or whoever's presiding shall possess the powers and perform the following duties: preserve order and decorum and have general direction of the meeting. And I take that to mean that whoever sits in this chair, if there is information that is not on the agenda, but the person sitting in the audience has that answer to the question, that would be certainly.
We could go through you?
You can absolutely go through the person who's got
Okay.
the club and say.
Would you pull this person or ask
Yeah,
that person?
exactly. And
Okay.
I think, correct me, because you've been a lot longer than I have, that there is some flexibility and leeway here. Because that is.
We definitely want to be
important.
able to have.
And Jay, to Commissioner Clark's point, which is a good one, it could develop, a 2-2 tie. Could Commissioner Clark, unless it was of a time-scheduled nature, move to postpone, get the information that she feels she needs to be comfortable in making a decision, and then bringing the item back at the next city commission meeting?
You know what, I think actually, and again, this came from the municipal league, I believe.
Yes.
I would even do this, where it says, unless there's a conflict of interest, I would consider adding language that says, unless there's a conflict of interest or other unusual reason, something that kind of leaves it open that if you have something like this that comes up, you're absent or something else happened. I think there should be a little more flexibility in that, quite honestly.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
I was just going to say, well, then we might end up at a 2-2 tie, but where someone might have a conflict of interest up here and step out of the building, there's also that possibility of a 2-2 tie, and it just dies for lack of a majority. Am I correct?
Sure.
Okay. So does someone want to make a motion with the addition of the suggestion that Attorney Rubin put forth for approval, if anyone wants to approve this document?
What's that wording that you'd like to add on that sentence?
I was actually just shooting from the hip here, but I said, or other unusual reason. You could say, or other extraordinary cause, but I think unusual is a little bit more broader.
Okay. Should I be to make that motion?
So I will stand for anyone to make.
Yeah, let's get this meeting going here. Where are we at now?
It's H4.
H4. So I would like to make a motion to approve the amendments to the City Commission Rules of Procedure as presented by Renee Canton with the exception of adding a couple words in 18A after conflict of interest or any other unusual circumstance.
Here you go, that's good.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Clark, a second by
I'll second that motion.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitehead. Any further discussion?
One more.
Commissioner Heschler, yes, sir.
Let's go ahead and vote first and then make a comment.
After the vote?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
because this isn't going to affect us.
Okay. We have a motion, we have a second, we have no additional discussion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. Commissioner Heschler.
I guess just the comment I want to make is in regards to decorum. When I read it, decorum is mandatory, no derogatory, degrading comments directed at staff or the city commission will be tolerated during public comment. I think we were on borderline grounds a couple of meetings ago, and I would really just ask for a little more respect from the public when they're addressing the commission, not to get personal, and to make what I would call borderline derogatory comments, because obviously we can't really defend ourselves up here, and so we won't engage in the same kind of rhetoric. And so I would just ask them to be cognizant of that, and hopefully we'll change some of the decorums in this room with that in mind.
I wonder, good point, but I wonder if we can read decorum the next couple of meetings, just before public comment, and tell them that they'll be gabbled down. People will be gabbled down. And any one of us can call point of order.
Clark and Attorney Rubin helped me on this one. I think there's a very fine line. I think that when we run as elected officials, to a certain degree, we are fair game. And you've got to understand that. We are fair game, and the frustrations of a community or the frustrations of an individual is going to be taken out on us. And to Commissioner Heschler's point, boy, do I wish I could respond. But I've been advised, sit there, take the hits, keep your mouth shut. And it is what it is. But I do agree with you, it should not be a one-way street. It should be a two-way street. And actually, I will be discussing something along those lines. I'm glad you brought that up, Commissioner Heschler. During my report, I've come up with kind of an idea how to maybe knock down some of these waves that's been rolling over our heads. So thank you for that. All right, moving on, the next item, let me ask you real quick, how is the commission
I think at 5 minutes
holding
would
up?
be great.
Okay, we're going to be in recess for 5 minutes, because we're older and we can't sit down here for 3 hours and hold it. Okay. I'm Jay. Ready?
Yeah, ready to go.
Okay. City Commission is now back in session. Thank you for bearing with us for that little bit of a break. Next item is I-1, discussion action, approved truth or consequences, fuel farm schedule 3, tender and substitution agreement. Is that, okay, I guess there was not a Tim here.
Yes, there is.
Tim is here. Okay. We have Tracy Burnett will set this up, and then we're going to have a gentleman from Armstrong Consultants talk to us.
Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, Manager Canton. The item on the agenda is for a tender and substitution agreement for Fuel Farm Schedule 3. And just a quick recap, Fuel Farm Schedule 3 is the final phase of our fuel farm project, and it's for the demolition and removal of the tanks and associated equipment, the installation of the avgas self-fueling dispensing facility, and completion of some remaining site work out there. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the podium over to our engineering consultant, Tim, with Armstrong.
Mayor, Commission, I'm here to answer any questions you might have on this. As you know, this project was brought to council last year and awarded, I believe, to a contractor that defaulted on their contract, and so it went to the surety or bonding company to get finished. We took this project over when we became the city aviation engineers out at the airport a couple of months ago. Have a little bit of background on it, and I've been in contact with the surety company, and we've worked through this. This tender agreement basically is the surety company or bonding company is taking over found a qualified contractor to complete the work that the contract was awarded to before. And I've looked at what they have so far. They do have a tank ordered, and it meets all your specifications that you had under your last engineering consultant. And so basically, this is just to be in agreement with the surety company. Actually, it would be the new contractors, Garrett Western Construction, and yourselves to be under contract. They are holding the price that was bid the last time and that was awarded. It will be done under the same original budget that had been done before, so.
So Tim, does the surety contract now apply to the new Mr. Garrett, or does he have to have a new bond? I mean, just in case something happens to him. I mean, I know it's two companies on the same project will belly up is unusual. But I mean, is there any protection for the city here?
It will still be held under the same bonding company.
Good.
That still holds for the contractor. Basically, the bonding company is building it for you. The contractor is working for the bonding company.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, any concerns?
Jay, you've gone through this contract?
Yes, the form of the contract looked fine. I didn't really give an opinion regarding the numbers involved on paragraph H. I was kind of deferring, to Melissa and to Tracy, I guess, so everything else is fine.
Thank you.
Tracy, you're comfortable with this? Tracy? In a follow-up to Attorney Rubin's statement, that he really didn't have a chance to look at the numbers. He was looking more at the verbiage and the legal gizmo of this piece of paper. Are you comfortable with the numbers that they can complete?
I am.
this
I
job?
definitely like to defer to Melissa, our finance director, as far as the financing portion of the grant and loan. I don't do the airport grant and loan. I just oversee the actual project. So.
Right question, wrong person. Right person, right question, Ms. Torres.
Yes, sir. What I did was I just confirmed, because there was so much time lapse of this Schedule 3, and then, as Tim said, they kind of inherited it. So I contact Gene with FAA, and then also down with New Mexico DOT, because they will be also our sponsors on this grant, and just confirm the numbers, and they concurred with them.
Okay.
So.
Good, thank you. All right, any other questions, concerns? Hearing that, if there are none, I will stand for a motion, please.
Mayor Green, I'd like to move that we approve Truth and Consequences Fuel Farm Schedule 3, tender and substitution agreement, as presented by Tim Archibald, Armstrong Consultants.
I have a motion by Commissioner Heschler, a second by
Second.
a tie between Commissioner Baca and Mayor Pro Tem Whitehead. Ms. Clerk, you can pick whoever you want to pick on that one. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay. Carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Number 2, discussion action, swimming pool heater cost. Ms. Gardner.
Good afternoon. Hello again. Okay, this one is, as you guys know, I've brought to your attention that the heater's needing replaced. And I had previously, and it's up there as well, given you the information that IAB, when they came to do the service, their report on our current heater, there's a lot of extensive talk about our heater, how we don't have the proper, it's not been properly maintained, and it's in need of getting replaced. It stated in our report that he stated that the summer season should be the last season for it, and as you know, that's drawing to an end, so we're looking at needing to replace it fairly quickly. It should help. I know we've had a lot of dispute on our water temperature doesn't stay steady. It always fluctuates. And as far as in the actual pump house, there's things that need to be in place with a new heater as well, and a new heater would be more efficient. And my understanding is it could possibly help save as far as running the equipment as well. So what I'm coming to discuss to you all is I've looked through the budget and really just trying to get a recommendation of where to get the funds to replace the heater, how to move forward with this as far as the winter season, how it's going to look as far as the winter. Because it's not, we didn't budget for it, this particular item.
Okay. Questions, concerns?
To Ms. Torres.
Can I ask one before you ask Ms. Torres? Because it might give you additional information on your question, Commissioner Clark, if I may. Thank you for that. On the proposal, Ms. Gardner, yeah, here we go. Venting not included. That's on the proposal for $18,878 from IAB. So since Commissioner Clark is going to be talking about dollars, do we have any idea of what that venting is going to cost?
No, sir. We're still in the very beginning processes of just finding basic, and we haven't reached out to find out about that.
I guess venting to me is just, correct me if I'm wrong, just maybe where it's in a room that you have proper airflow and you have an exhaust and stuff like that. So it can't be a lot of money, I would think not, but I just saw on the price quote that they're not including venting, so I have to factor that in as well.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I know that they're one of the things that they had specified in the report, and it could be tied to this as well, but I know that they talked about the room must contain a carbon monoxide detector.
Right.
So
yeah, that's really inexpensive. We've got one.
Right.
Our cabinet's like $10.
Right, but I mean, it could
Right.
fall into with
Okay.
that
All right.
kind of.
All right, thank you. I have another question, but I'll defer to Commissioner Clark.
Can our GB 98 do the venting? Right? Yeah. Ms. Torres, have you had a chance to rummage through our budget and try to find $18,000 for our swimming pool?
Yes, ma'am. So one of the things that was tasked by City Manager Kenton was to look at our overall budget. As Ms. Garner stated, we didn't budget for this. As we all know, the general fund funds this department. But that being said, the one positive thing is the swimming pool is not at the 25% threshold on their expense. They're at the 16.7. So where we're doing cost savings right now is on the utilities and then also on the vacancies. I think that's where Ms. Garner is just hesitant of how many people we're going to be bringing on board. It's going to be based on what we're going to do with this cost, this additional cost that we didn't budget for. At this time, I would not recommend us to get additional funds from our general fund by increasing our revenues, because we've already increased our revenues to the max of what we can see right now for the Field Farm Schedule 3 that I will be coming before you. So that would be my recommendation right now, is that we utilize some of that cost savings from the vacancy and then also in the utilities.
Of the swimming pool?
Yes, ma'am.
So Tammy, if we put in a new heater, and heaters can be very efficient for swimming pools if you've got the right one, is there a possibility that we would be able to keep that cover off a little bit longer and then take it off in the spring a little bit earlier? Because there's almost $18,000 in 2 months in utilities right there.
Correct.
Is that a possibility?
When you're talking about more efficient, The $18,000 heater is not the most efficient for our pool. That is just the low end that they quoted us. When you want to look at more efficient, they started to, that was one of the other, they sent me an email to talk about, and I thought I had put it in there, and it has 84% efficiency. And that one is approximately $34,000. So I mean, we're looking at upwards of $18,000. Where $18,000 is our baseline. And as far as staying open longer, I'm not real sure. I think that would just depend on the outside weather, because I know that it'd be a little tough on especially the older ones. I would think that getting out of a nice warm pool and going through the cold is going to be a little rough on their bodies.
I don't know. People
Kind of
do it at
thing.
my place all the time.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not real sure. I was just going by what they normally did in the past years of up and down as far as the dome goes. As far as adjusting that, it's a possibility, but I'm not real sure.
So,
Something worth looking at maybe is
Right.
just seeing if we can extend the open air time if we've got a good heater in there. We may want to be thinking about the better of the two heaters, actually, instead of the not
Correct.
such good heaters. And those of us that have gone to Colorado Springs and Array and some of those places that have the outdoor pools year-round, they don't have covers on any of it, as long as they
Correct.
can get the pool temperature up to 98 or something like that.
Right. And I'm not sure if that's what the factor was of why we put it on sooner or why we took it off later. I'm not sure if the pool temperature is what the factor was, or if that's just when they put it on.
I don't know the answer to that either.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I seem to recall, and I could be wrong, but there's something we could check on that may have had something to do with the swim team in their practicing sessions and their, when they practiced and such. So if they practiced in the evening and it ended up being rather cold, it was warmer for them, but that's something we could check on.
is there a possibility, I see this Raypak High Delta Sealed Combustion, 84% efficiency, approximately $34,000. Is there any possibility of getting the efficiency rating for the $18,000?
I can definitely look into that.
Because that
That, and I would like to know the life expectancy of the $18,000 unit. I mean, if we have to replace it in 2 years from now.
Bad deal.
Correct.
It's not a good deal. Is there any downtime involved with the installation of a new heater?
They really haven't, they didn't give me any,
I mean, we could consider
Time
the
frame.
possibility, I'm not advocating this, but we could close down for a month, or even 2 if we needed to install a new heater, which would give some pretty significant savings to pay for this heater.
correct.
And maybe in the time frame that this pool is used very sparingly, maybe December, January, just a possible suggestion to help pay for it and return the costs.
Okay.
And if you don't mind, sir, one of the things I just want to add to the clause is that as of last week when we researched this swimming pool and where we were going to get the funds, that's what our revenues were showing. So any increases that we had over 25%, like I said, we put it towards the fuel farm. However, this week ends our fiscal year. And so, of course, we can run our numbers again and see where we're at and if there's any room for us to grow. And as Commissioner Hester said, if we even extend it a little longer, we're looking at a second quarter that we'll be into that will have possibly additional funds, if need be, in the general fund. But like I said, they're barely at 16.7% of their expenditures, and that's really good. Most people are at 21, 22% right now.
Would it be a possibility, Director Torres, that we could look for money out of the lodger's tax, out of the city's portion of lodger's tax, since swimming pools are a tourist-related facility and recognized as such by Santa Fe?
Yes, sir, we definitely can look at that. We're open to all options. I think we would just have to read the overall of what we can and cannot use,
Right.
the lodger's tax.
Because I think it's tourist-related facilities and/or attractions, is I think the verbiage on that. And that's money that comes in every month.
Yes.
And I don't know what the percentage is that you decide, I know a lot comes off the top for certain programs and things, and then there's the nonprofit gets some money, and the city keeps some money.
Correct.
And out of that pot of money, which is there every month, that might enable us, to Commissioner Heschler's point, to not get something as a piece of junk that's going to fall apart in 2 years.
Correct.
Then we have to do the same thing, or whoever's sitting up there has to do the same thing all over again, rather than getting something that's a good, sound product. And if we take care of it, it will get a good life use out of it.
I think having multiple options with multiple funding sources is always a great thing.
Oh, yeah. One from column A and one from column B.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I might add in, if we could go ahead and postpone this item so we can put together more detailed quotes with efficiency ratings, life expectancies as requested, and if we need to be able to bring back another budget adjustment resolution for the possibility of where we're going to actually take that.
Okay.
Sounds a good idea.
Anyone have objections to that? All right, okay, excellent. And the only other thing I was wanting to know, Ms. Gardner, is on the write-up by Scott, I can't see his last name yet. The heater also has a lot of rust and corrosion due to chemicals stored in the room with the boiler. So some of his recommendations to make that the area where the heater is located, he talks about possible carbon monoxide, to your point, something tipping over or whatever it might be. Have we done his suggested corrections, which have nothing to do with replacing the heater, but just to prepare the location where we're going to put the new heater, so we're not dealing with the same problems again?
No, sir, we have not. We keep the chlorine tablets and a couple of the other chemicals in the pump house with it, because our chlorine pump is in there with it as well. So as far as what he's talking about, corrosion of storing the chemicals, I guess we could always, I don't know if there's another room. There might be another room on the outside, because we have 3 rooms out there. One's electrical. One we keep our acid for the pH in, and then there might be another open room. That could be a possibility, but they're a really small room. So as far as storage space, I'm not sure, but as far as that goes, if you're looking at it from that angle, we have our chlorine pump that is right across. Our heater sits in one corner, and right across in the other corner is our chlorine pump. So, and it's not a sealed chlorine pump, so it's going to release. It's going to release whether or not the chemicals are in there or not, the storing of the chemicals.
But if you have a closed combustion system, you're not going to be as exposed to that chlorine gas, correct?
Right.
So we're looking at the $34,000 piece of equipment.
Right, exactly. That's where I was going.
Because you don't want chlorine gas, I can guarantee you that.
No. Okay, so we have a very good suggestion by Manager Canton. Does someone want to just make a motion so we're legal on this to postpone?
I make a motion that we postpone the decision on the swimming pool heater, and that we look into a little more depth in the terms of money and efficiencies.
And to just add, and to get back to the commission in a timely fashion.
And to get back to the commission in a timely fashion.
Yes. So I have a motion by Commissioner Clark and a second by Commissioner Baca. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Gardner. Now we have G2, which is the resolution number 14, 2018/2019 budget adjustment. And our presenter is Ms. Tars, I believe.
Yes.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, City Manager Kenton, Ms. Torres. The City of Truth or Consequences Finance is requesting the following budget adjustments. The Electric Fund 503 for $75,000. That will be the funding for the tower at that time. Fund 312 for the R&R Airport, an increase of $5,000. So we already had in the final budget $60,000. The total cost of that will be $65,000. So we're increasing the expenditures to equal the $65,000. R&R Airport transfer in, Fund 312, $25,000. So we're taking cash from the general fund and putting it into Fund 312. General fund revenue, last numbers 34355, increased 1,300. Increased revenue, Fund 101, 7,500. Increased PD resource officer. General fund revenue increased, last numbers 37380, 16,200. General fund transfer out, 25,000. And we're adding the lodger's tax expense for 2,300. That was approved back in August 22, so we're in compliance with the FA. And again, let me just kind of give you a short summary. These revenues that we stated are everything that was over the 25% thresholds that we are increasing. The one for miscellaneous is where we put any funds that are not identified in our revenue source in the general fund, that we put into that funding source, which we've gotten refunds to TDS, we've gotten refunds from Windstream that has done an increase. The increase for the PD resource officer, as you guys know, this fiscal year we did not get awarded the contract. However, the $7,500 that we have in that particular line is due from the carryover of their last fiscal year. So I stand for any questions at this time.
Questions?
Can you explain the PD department? Because it seemed to me that when we had the discussion of building that new building, that they had that extra 0.25% tax that's coming into that department, and that was going to be used for payment on the loan. So why is it that the PD needs $7,500 more dollars? What happened to that $130 that goes in there?
On this one, ma'am, this is fund for the general fund, and so their GRT is a whole different funding source, which is in your 200s. So this particular item is increased for the general fund for the PD resource officer. So the city of Tier C had the contract with the municipal schools of $25,000 to pay yearly to have our resource officer in the schools, which it was Ted Ontiveros. Unfortunately, the schools last fiscal year, they did an RFP. And we did not get the RFP. Sierra County Sheriff's Department got the RFP. So this $7,500 is the remaining that the Tier C's municipal schools owed us from last fiscal year when we did have the contract. So as you know, what we're required is once June 30th comes, any money outside that, we have to put it into the new fiscal year, even though it may be reimbursement from the following fiscal year.
So once you get reimbursed from the school, does that $7,500 then go back to the it goes back to the general fund, because that's where it came out of? Correct.
Because Officer Ted Ontiveros' wages comes out of the general fund, which is your PD fund 109.
Okay. Any other questions? Concerns? Hearing none, I will stand for a motion.
Mayor Green, I move that we approve resolution number 14, 2018-2019 budget adjustment as presented by Finance Director Ms. Torres.
I have a motion by Commissioner Heschler, a second by
I'll second that motion.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitehead. Any further discussion? Hearing none, can we have roll call, Madam Clerk, please?
Honorable Steve Green?
Yes.
Honorable Sandra Whitehead? Aye. Honorable Rob Heschler?
Yes.
Honorable Kathy Clark?
Aye.
Honorable Paul Baca?
Carries unanimously. Thank you. The next item is discussion action. We now would be, it says I3, but we would actually be I4. We've dropped down one. Final budget pay increases clarification, and City Manager Kaplan.
Yes, Mayor and Commissioners, on September 12th, the Finance Director Torres informed me of a possible violation regarding the fiscal year 19 COLA and merit increases that might result in an audit finding. So the possible violation was when the Commission approved the final budget. It was on July 25th, but they were instructed to imply the wage increases effective the beginning of that pay period, which is 4 days prior to approval of the budget. For the city's personnel policy, under 5.3 pay changes effective date, it says the pay changes shall normally become effective on the first day of the pay period following approval of the change. So, Finance Director Torres contacted our lead auditors for and our city's external auditors and the state auditor's office and our internal control officer, Mr. Gary Gaylord, and each of them concurred that the only way would be acceptable to backdate the increase is if the Commission specifically included the effective date in their motion or approval. So the Commission can make such a change as long as the effective date is specified during the Commission meeting and recorded in our official minutes. And that should help us with the audits. Their interpretation is that the word normally, as used in the policy, allows the Commission the opportunity to specify an effective date. So as there's no such specification, the recommendation is to proceed with the increase on the first pay period after the Commission passed the action. In this case, that would be effective Saturday, September 15th. But in order to rectify the pay periods in question, they also, to my understanding, Ms. Torres, that you can also take the action to approve the COLA merits to be effective as of July 21st, 2018, and that way there won't be any need for any amendments to the payroll that was paid out, or then we can proceed without or with a correction if we do get a possible audit finding. With that, I'll open up with any questions you might have.
Any questions? Seems pretty straightforward to me. How to not get an audit, 101.
We want to thank Finance Director Torres for catching that way ahead of time, and City Attorney also, commended us for thinking ahead.
Okay. Stand for, let's make a motion, then we can have questions. Someone want to make a motion?
I understand the motion. Yeah. I'd like to try. Let's see. I'd like to move that we, backdate the increase for the employees to July 21st, 2018, in order to avoid an audit finding and to correct our records.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Heschler.
I second that.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Whitehead. Any further concerns, Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, of course. So we backdated, is that the $11 that you approved while I was gone this summer?
Mm-hmm.
You did that in July, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. July 25th.
Yeah, we did it July 25th, but
Approving the final.
So we just needed to move it back 4 days?
the former city manager.
So everybody's been getting their wage increase? Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners. What happened was the Commission approved it on July 25th. So there was no specific date to say effective. The Commission moves to give the employees the increase, the COLA increase of effective this date. So based on our policy, because the Commission was not specific on the effective date, our policy states that we go to the next week of the pay period that starts. the commission is the only ones that have the flexibility to make the determination if the effective date goes forward or back.
And we've got this money in the budget. We've obviously.
already been paid.
It's already been paid.
Yes, ma'am, we've already been paid.
Okay. I'm good with your motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. The next item is interim city manager and acting city clerk compensation clarification. And I'd like to start this discussion off. When we came out of executive session, what I remember was Commissioner Heschler made a motion, and it was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Whitehead. And basically what it was concerning itself with was the additional responsibility that we had asked the city clerk to take on and wear now the hat on an interim basis as we move through this process to act as our city manager. And with her then vacating her normal seat as city clerk, we needed someone to move in that seat, and Manager Canton suggested that Deputy Clerk Torres be moved up to be acting city clerk.
You don't know that I vacated my duties as clerk.
No, you're still there.
Continued them,
You're
but,
continued.
yeah.
So, and Commissioner Heschler, and I thought wisely so, pointed out that people who do this should be rewarded during the period of time that this process takes, and that they are acting in a dual role or in a higher level role. And therefore, he moved, and I think the confusion is, I will read the motion as it's in our minutes, and Commissioner Heschler, please correct me if I'm wrong here. Commissioner Heschler moved to approve that anyone placed in an interim acting role of this vacancy be given a 15% increase. And I think where we maybe fell short is not explaining what the word "this" means. And I took it to mean this vacancy of the city manager. And so I think there's been some confusion, because some are reading this as anyone who acts as an interim, in an interim capacity, would be entitled to that 15% increase. And I did not take that, and I did not think that that was the discussion that the commission was having. I thought it was all about the city manager and that process, and not if we have someone in the department over here, if they were acting as an interim, that would be the manager's decision, because I don't think the city commission has the authority to mandate something, because the city manager is our employee, and then they look at the staff as their employees, and so that would have to run through the city manager. So am I correct? I guess what we're going to need here, so there is no confusion with in Ms. Torres's department and payroll, we are going to need someone to clarify that motion, that it was only meant to pertain to the city manager position.
So I'd like to clarify that in 2 points.
Okay,
The
thank you,
first
sir.
part is going to be this. Definitely the acting city manager and the acting city clerk should be compensated for the extra duties that they now do. That should be up to 15% of.
Okay.
And that's fine, and that Jeff could say that motion. But to take it one step further, it is my belief that in the past, people have been asked to assume an acting role in various positions, and were not compensated fairly across the board. It was a pick and choose type situation, where some people were given the opportunity to receive an increase, and some people were not. And my other attempt was to try to level the playing field so that when a city manager asks someone to jump to the next level and assume a managerial role, that they would also be compensated during that time frame. That person then could compete for the position like anyone else, and if that person were selected, then the salary adjustment would stay in place or adjusted accordingly. Or if that person was not selected, then they would revert back to their previous salary, and the new person, of course, would have that position. And so my attempt was, for the second half of that, was to be, is to take the, I don't want to say favoritism, because I don't know if that's what it was or not, but I do want to say that it wasn't, I don't think, fairly applied across the board. And my attempt was to make sure that our city employees, when they're asked to assume the role of the supervisory position where they manage people, that they would be given an increase in order to do so.
So, we've heard an explanation of the motion, but evidently, the motion is more than it appears to be.
Yes.
Okay, so,
Mayor?
yes.
I just, I did respond to that one, and I'm just going to read. My understanding was the employees who were put in positions because we let the manager go received the 15%, which is the clerk and the deputy clerk. And I don't remember any talk about retroactive or other positions. I think that, so hearing what Commissioner Heschler is saying, I still do believe that you've got a really good point, and that point is that it really should be fair all the way across the board when the city manager asks somebody to step into a vacated position, and that maybe just some instruction to the city manager on an entirely different level would help the city manager know that, you don't give a 20% raise to this department and only 10 to that department, that it really ought to be a little more fairly distributed, and maybe it's a percentage of the salary of that elevated position or not, but I think it's worth some other discussion.
Mr. Mayor, if I can interject here. So what I'm hearing, if the commission does want to include the others who are on an acting, current interim position, I believe we have 3. Arnie Castaneda? No, doesn't matter. Okay, I think we have 3 others. But if that's the intention of the commission, what we need in order to comply with the audits is for those who were in an interim before, if you want to include them as well, please include from the start date that they were appointed. And what we need for clarification of my interim position and the acting city clerk would be to be effective as of August 28th when we started that position.
I'd like to ask one question. Of the 3, were any of them compensated for being in the position that they're in?
I believe that it was different amounts. Some was $1 more, some was $2. Is that correct? And one was 3. So,
yeah, sure.
So, out of the 3 right now that we've researched, you have from somebody getting a 4% all the way up to a 13%. All 3 were different departments.
So if you wanted to rectify those as of right now so that we could proceed, we would need that in the motion from their start date.
And I draw this point just to your, for your information, is that if you give a 4% to somebody who's making $12 an hour, that's
dollar.
That's not bad. If you give a 4% or a 6% or 5% to somebody who's making $26 an hour, that's a substantial raise or a substantial increase. And that's why I would say let's just make it a flat rate, and it's pertaining to the salary that they're already making, and so that it would be, I think it would be more fair across the board in that matter.
And to respond to that, Commissioner and Mayor, the finance director and I have already talked about revising the personnel policy so it's in there at a percentage, and we'll present it to the commission at a later date.
So, Attorney Rubin, legal question. So, Commissioner Heschler made a motion, but it was not flushed out. So, would your suggestion be that we break this up into 2 motions? One as it pertains to the city clerk moving up to manager and deputy moving up to full-time, with still being, Manager Canton is overseeing the city clerk's office, or should we just make one motion? And how do we get rid of the motion that we have?
Well, let me ask this, is there any difference of opinion as to what was intended? I mean, I'm hearing what you thought the motion said, I heard what Commissioner Heschler said. Does anybody disagree with what was?
I just thought it was manager only.
I just thought it was manager only. However, now that Commissioner Heschler has brought this up, in all fairness, to have a level playing field and for the morale of our staff, that why did they get this and I get that, and oh my God, and it's just head banging. I think it's a valid and a rightful request that we level this playing field for everybody, and our staff knows in advance if they're being asked to do something above and beyond what they were hired to do, but within that department, but take on more responsibilities, that it should be right there in black and white. You will be entitled during that period of time for a flat, and you feel comfortable, Commissioner Heschler, 15%?
I think so. Well, that's what I'm used to, and I've seen that in other organizations, and that's why I'm saying that. I'm just not making up a number.
Okay.
I've actually gone through that process in a different organization.
Just want to clarify, Mayor, just for the commissioners who are saying only city manager and city clerk, although the city manager, I could go back and ask the finance director, let's go ahead and move the others at 15% as well, we still would require the action from the commission to make it from when they started their interim position, so we can avoid that audit finding. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, but normally, unless Manager Fuentes just decided to do things and not keep the commission informed, normally, is that an administrative decision, or that's what I thought. I mean, it's an administrative decision of the city manager.
Correct.
You don't have to ask our approval to give someone a $2 bump.
No.
Okay.
That's not how it's been done in the past.
Right.
What we really need approval for is to avoid an audit finding, with, to include the others as well.
Right.
Would be to make it effective their start date from their interim position.
How long have these people been in their positions that are in an acting position?
Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, City Manager Kenton. The longest one that we have right now is we're looking about 8 months, 9 months that she's been in that position.
Did I hear you say that you were going to go over it with Ms. Torres and then bring it back to us after you've given some thought to it? Is that what I heard you say?
Well, no, I could, but yeah, no, I said, even if my intention was to go in and...
Here's a suggestion. I don't advocate that we go back 8 or 9 months. I think that could be pretty tough, and it's something we haven't budgeted for.
Just spending more money.
But possibly at the new fiscal year would be something that we could look at, which would be a clean line.
A lot easier for payroll as well.
And easier for payroll, and in that way, it doesn't necessarily hurt the city's funds, but it also draws a nice clean line henceforward that we can use to implement this group.
So for others who are in an interim position to be paid effective 15% effective July 1, and then for the interim city manager and acting city clerk to be effective, it would be August 28th, the day after the termination.
So you're still backtracking it to July 1st?
So I do have a question, Attorney Rubin. So basically, this is going to be a new motion. The motion that Commissioner Heschler made and was approved, that stands. Because if you're placed in an interim acting role for this vacancy, be given a 15% increase. Anyone placed. So does that not...
So let me clarify that motion and say that pertains only to the acting city manager and the acting city clerk.
Okay, so how do we amend a motion that we've already voted on?
Well, I think you can clarify that when he made that motion, here's what was intended, and then everybody can vote on that, and then you can go into the new issue.
So Commissioner Heschler, would you mind making a motion on that clarification, then we can go on to your other point?
Yes.
Okay.
A motion.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'd like to move that to approve that The interim acting role for this vacancy be for the city manager, the acting city manager, and the acting city clerk be compensated at a rate of 15%, effective on August 28th, for just those two positions.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Hessler, a second by,
I'll second that motion.
okay, well, yeah. Clerk first, you can figure out who seconded that one. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Is there another motion to be made on the floor?
I'd like to make a second
Yes,
motion.
yes, sir.
The second motion is that any city employee that's been asked to move into a supervisory role, either as a director or a manager, be compensated during the time that they are in that position at a rate of 15% until some changes are made.
Effective July 1.
That would be effective July 1.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner Hessler, a second by Commissioner Baca. Any further discussion?
Do we know how much that's going to cost our operating budgets?
Ms. Torres?
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, City Manager Kenton. What I can tell you is the person that got the 4% has the lowest wages, and they're going to be the one that has going to start July 1st. The one that has the highest wages got the 13%, so we're only going to be making up 2% on that.
Okay, but we've got vacated positions where the other supervisors have either retired or something like that, right?
Yes, ma'am. And just to reiterate what Commissioner Hessler was saying, so I give you an example of the 4% on this particular interim. That 4% was only 26 cents that was received to be the interim manager. The person that got the interim position got $3. So those are the difference between the two. So again, you know, that one that we're going to see the biggest effect is the one that's making the lowest wage already right now. So we can make it up on the vacancy savings. Yes, ma'am.
Good. Excellent. All right. Any further discussion?
Yeah, and I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. The 15% actually would include the increases that already are in place. I mean, it's not 15% additional.
No.
Okay, okay, that's all. I want to make sure the motion says that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none. It's getting late. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. The next item is discussion action, approve the recommendation of the Public Arts Advisory Board for the city to take possession of the Reed Rocket sculpture and issue final payment. And our presenter is Tracy Burnett.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, Manager Canton. As you know, we've been working to have the Reed Rocket installed in the Art Park. We got to the place we're ready to look at installation. However, of course, any type of installation requires some type of permitting. So on August 3rd, staff met with Jeff Barber at the CID Construction Industries Division office in Las Cruces. Mr. Barber took his sculpture with him and put it up there for the inspector there at CID so he could see it. The CID structure, per the CID inspector, is going to have to be engineered and stamped for approval prior to them allowing any type of permitting. We took this information to the Public Arts Advisory Board meeting we just had the 19th, I believe it was. And at that time, our Public Arts Advisory Board wanted to recommend that we just pay Mr. Barber for his sculpture. In order to pay him for the sculpture, we have to have it within our possession. So their overall recommendation at that time was for city staff to obtain the sculpture into our possession and then pay Mr. Barber an amount of $2,000. So I'm bringing the recommendation as somebody that's worked on the project, my request would be to pay Mr. Barber the remaining balance, which is $2,206.08, if that's the commission's direction. I'd also like to continue to look into options of engineering. The one that Mr. Barber went to, the quote that he brought back was right around the $5,000 for engineering stamp and approval, but that didn't include a lot of, it left a little bit more on that needed to be completed, which would be like a geotech in order to install the sculpture in the ground and some possible other unforeseen expenses. So I would like the opportunity to maybe reach out to some of the engineers that we've worked with in the past and see if they could offer anything different, and continue to proceed forward with the possibility of installing the Reed rocket if that's the direction of the commission.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Do we have the money in the art fund to pay Mr. Barber the full amount?
I did reach out to finance office earlier in the week and I haven't heard back, so I'm going to defer that question.
Hopefully the money's there.
Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, City Manager Kenton, we do have the money. We budgeted $6,000, and at this time there is none expenditures against that $6,000. And I'm very pleased to say that our revenue on Fund 214, the lodgers, is up almost 25%.
Whoa, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Ooh, terrific.
So you do have a lot of money.
All right. So what I'm hearing, Ms. Torres, then there would be money to pay Mr. Barber the full amount, and we would still be left with almost $4,000 in the kitty to put towards an engineering cost.
Correct, sir.
Oh, good job. All right. Any further questions? I will stand for a motion.
I'll make the motion that we go ahead and take possession of the Reed Rocket sculpture and pay Mr. Barber the full amount due to him.
I have a motion by Commissioner Clark, second by Mr. Hessler. Any further discussion? Just a quick question, Tracy. Where are we going to store this? Because we've got about $7 grand of public dollars invested in this project, and we got to wait now for the engineer to do his or her magic. So where are we going to store this so we don't?
I think I would have to confirm with facilities, but like right now we're storing the crates for the granite veterans wall that'll be going up for installation is being stored inside the Lisa Foya building.
Right. Okay.
And so I think that we could maybe look at putting those in there for starters, because that'll be out of the weather and out of the elements.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for that. Anything else? I'll stand for we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Barber. Last item, personnel board vacancies and duties. I think to try to, what I sense what we're doing right now is we're beginning to fill in the gaps that need to be filled in to kind of clean up the way the city does business, and as we move forward. And so I was thinking that we have had Odon Trujillo stand before us, and in full disclosure, I met with Mr. Trujillo yesterday. We had a wonderful breakfast at the Old Brick Cafe for a little bit more than an hour, and he got his ideas on this because he's been hammering us on this to either fill it or get rid of it, one or the other. And I thought that this is really a protection for staff that really gives staff another level of recourse, that if they have a problem, whatever that might be, that there is an order of which they can try to follow to get an ultimate decision one way or t'other for their grievance, for their complaint, whatever it might be. So I would like to see if there is the will of the commission to even tackle this, and if so, I would like to ask maybe one other commissioner to work with me and with Manager Canton and legal to come back to you with a document that will work. I mean, for example, I have problems with under 9.26, number 1, 3 members are appointed by the mayor. No. That's the wrong form of government. We don't have that form of government. So every time it says appointed by the mayor with the consent of, I want that to read 3 members to be appointed by the city commission. And it goes down here, it says the mayor. This is not that form of government, and I think it makes the public feel that the mayor has powers that they really do not have and should not have. And I wanted to clean that up. I wanted to make it a quasi-judicial, and there's some other things. Aldone pointed out, for example, that in our Recreation Advisory Board, it says board created members, and then it says powers and duties, and we don't have that for the personnel board. So what's the sense of us going out and asking people to, it's 3 of the public, it's 1 person from staff who is under the level of supervisor, and 1 person who is either supervisor or above. I want to have a good product produced, so when people ask us questions, and we're trying to get 3 of the public to sit on this and serve on this board, we have the answers rather than, oh, I'll get back to you. Well, that's not the way to recruit, as far as I'm concerned. So I really would just like to know, number 1, if there is the will to move forward with this, clean it up, make it tighter, and if there is, then so we can just move forward in the way I suggested or the way you might like to suggest and how you think best to move forward. I'm open to that. But that's why I think that this is, this is important stuff. We're dealing with staff here, and no matter how much kumbaya you do, you're always going to have situations that arise, and staff should know what their rights are and what they have in place to protect themselves as they move through the process. So, that's where I'm at.
Well, I think it's an excellent idea. I think that employers should have another avenue other than just having the city manager. So, that being said, Commissioner Heschler, you were on that. You knew I was going to do that too, didn't you?
You beat me to it.
But it would be my special request if you could help the mayor with this one, simply because you had that experience and that practice and might be able to shed some light on some things that one of the rest of us may not pick up.
Thank you for making me not totally beholden. So may I ask, Commissioner Heschler, why did the personnel board disband?
I think it was from lack of people just weren't using it. In the time that I served on the board, a total of almost 4 or 5 years, I may have been called 3 or 4 times. And so, to get up on, to be ready for a personnel hearing, you have to research it and get yourself up on it. And then all of a sudden you got 6 or 8 months and you forget everything that you just read.
Right.
And so you start over again. So I'm hoping that it's not used very much, but I think it's a necessity to be there. I'll be more than happy to rewrite the policy and present it to you or the commission so we can look at it and see what you want to do.
Thank you for taking that.
Thank you. So any other ideas or suggestions? And Manager Canton, you'd be available, and Attorney Rubin, you'd be available just from the legal, so we don't get ourselves in trouble.
Absolutely. I would like to add, Mayor, that in the agenda packet, it just starts with page 54 on the employee grievances, but 51 is the actual beginning of the rules of procedure for personnel board. So there's a few more pages.
It goes from 50 to 58, actually. And the last thing is 58 is the application, or did you have fill out something like that? Yeah. So now and I guess, and then does any, okay, when I met with Mr. Trujillo, Aldone's position was that there are 2 different boards. There is an appeals board and there is a personnel board. And he claims that the personnel board, they come up with and work with human resources to come up with criteria for jobs, that there should be subject matter experts that are on the panel that interview a potential applicant, because, as he said, what do we know about certain things? I mean, you know, I don't know nothing, you know, so do we want to call this a personnel board, or do we want to just call it a personnel appeals board? Appeals board pulls it in and makes it, they don't have as much responsibility as a personnel board that could make recommendations to the city manager, who eventually would bring it forth to the commission. You know, he said add duties and responsibilities, you know, powers and duties. So that's a question. Do you want Commissioner Heschler and myself and Attorney Rubin and Manager Canton to work that out internally and bring that back, or do you want to give us specific marching orders?
I like the first option, for us to meet internally and discuss it.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be good, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My first initial feeling about the Personnel Board to help with the selection committee and all of that really might hold back HR and payroll from proceeding.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll be happy to take a look at it and bring it back.
Excellent. Okay. So would someone, any further discussion? Hearing none, would someone be brave enough to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that, that the mayor, Commissioner Heschler, manager, and Attorney Rubin take a look at the personnel board and the appeals board, and for our criteria, be looking for personnel appeals board.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Clark, second by,
Guess you didn't like that.
anyone want to second it? Commissioner Heschler seconded it, okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you for that, and I will get a hold of my fellow people, and we'll set up a meeting date. City manager's report. Manager Karen.
You know, I'm just going to email this out and kind of pull out some points because I have quite a big report. First of all, Susanna Della, as the mayor mentioned earlier, has given her 2 weeks' notice, and we are heartbroken. She's been a great asset to the city, but she's done an excellent job that she just can't pass up, and although we're sad to see her go, we wish you all the best. And she has agreed to stick around to help us out and for the executive session where we're discussing how to proceed with all that.
Okay.
Department meetings are ongoing. I had some great tours of the facilities, and I think the city employees, I have plenty to go still. It's kind of hard to cancel them and not keep moving. But I have toured the wastewater treatment plant. Thank goodness after this week and the vacuum problems we had, I actually knew what they were talking about. Veterans Wall for the upcoming project, and the art park for the Reed Rock piece, and also the spaceport for the rocket launch. Thank you, Commissioner Heschler, for the invite for that. I really enjoyed it and appreciated it. I've met with the executive director and governing board for the hospital. I have a tour of their facility this Friday because I missed out on the initial ones. And they're also going to be doing a board member orientation for me. And I also met with the executive director and Chairman Sheriff Hamilton of SCRTA, and we had our first meeting yesterday, which went very well, and I think that'll be a great working relationship. And Tracy will continue to be my proxy for that one as well. There's been some other department issues that were discussed, including code enforcement, and we did discuss with the chief and the code enforcement officer about attempting to send a warning letter without using certified return receipt for that first one. And we think we'll give it a shot and see how it works and see how the response is. But we do believe that might cut down on the mailing expenses. And we've updated the website for the animal control and animal shelter. Nothing was really on there for the shelter yet. Water and sewer taps we met on, and the water cuts. And the water cuts are when the streets are cut up so they can go in and do their water and sewer taps or line replacements and such. And also, we met on the Simpson McAdoo pilot project, which we'll bring an update to you probably at the next meeting. We met on that a couple times. Still working on a plan for the golf course that we met with Commissioner Heschler, and sort of like, as soon as I get a chance to put that proposal together so we can look at it before we bring it to the commission. And we also have a letter from NOAD about the water system at the airport, so Tracy and I are looking into that, and Arnie's assisting as well. So we'll probably do a test sample at that well to check on whether it's potable or not. We understand it might not be, so we'll have a plan to put a tank in with potable water if necessary. We'll keep you updated on that.
Manager Anthony, could you do me a favor?
Sure.
If at all possible, was that a letter from NMD you received?
It was a letter, yes.
Could we have the commissioner get a copy of that letter, please?
Sure.
Each commissioner.
We'll
Thank you. I
email a
appreciate
copy of that.
Thank you.
And then, I'm sorry, I thought I had, but I was doing real good at forwarding those, but we'll get that to you. The chief got his assessment, which is in my hands, and we'll be reviewing, and he can give you more detail if he wishes. And some important things, October 1st, the facilities will be removing the old panels at the Veterans Wall, and we will keep you updated on the unveiling of the Veterans Wall, which we hope to be on Veterans Day. That's the date we're shooting for. And I do have a current list of the water leaks. We have Pershing, Oliva Street, Williamsburg, 2nd and Magnolia. There's 2 on Pershing Street, and 1 in Copper. So I've asked them to keep us updated with that, and we'll forward it. As you can see downtown, if you've gone by downtown, the roads are closed. I heard yesterday most of the hotels are booked up from the films, crews that are shooting here. And it's a Disney movie, and it's already been on Channel 4, so I guess I can say it's a Disney movie with Grace VanderWaal in it. And so we're glad to have them here and staying in our hotels and getting to know the town. And if you have any questions about it, let me know. The petition, of course, as mentioned, was submitted last Friday with 289 signatures, and 154 was required. But Angela and I we'll be working on that certification. We'll have it done by October 5th. And we have a general timeline, but we'll narrow it down and bring that to the commission on the October 10th meeting. So with that, I will close my report, and I thank you guys so much for this opportunity, and I'm here if anybody needs anything.
Thank you. Questions? I do have just one suggestion, Manager Hampton. Reach out to Jagger Custom. Get the name of the person who was in, I know it was Crystal Jones, who was the location scout, but get the name of the executive director of the movie, get the name of the person who they're reporting to at Disney, and I'd like to send them a thank you from the commission and the citizens and staff of Truth or Consequences for coming into our community for 1 week. We had over 100 people here for a week. And downtown, it looks like New York City, Times Square, and New Year's Eve. And we need more of that type of economic development. So I'd love to make sure that we send out in an appropriate time to get a thank you letter 4 months after the fact doesn't mean anything. But within the next, if we could do that next 2 weeks or something like that, I'd like a letter signed by all the commissioners, by yourself, all appropriate people that you feel should sign that, and let them know that we appreciate them coming into our community and spending a lot a month. Attorney Rubin.
I have no report, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem White.
No report, thank you.
Commissioner Heschler.
Just a quick shout out and thank you to Chief Aragon for the meeting that we had yesterday regarding the transient panhandling issue in the north end of town. We had the sheriff there, Sheriff Hamilton, as well as the chief, myself, the Ministerial Alliance, and we made some pretty good progress on discussion anyway, about how we want to handle the panhandling issue. And I'm looking forward to some more discussion down the road, and hopefully we'll have a viable solution that will be humane and doesn't infringe on anybody's rights, but solve the problem. So I wanted to thank you for that.
Commissioner Clark.
Just one thing, it's about this letter that you and the chief are planning on putting together. I've had several complaints myself, and I've complained myself because I've had 1 or 2 or few of them over the years. The certification really does get your attention when it comes in, because there's a lot of like utility bills and things that say city of truth or consequences on it. So you might have to think that one through, how you're going to get someone's attention, like if you put important or something on it. But one of the comments that I would like to make, and I've heard other people make, is that the first could be a request instead of a demand. Because if you requested me to cut the weeds in one of my places and I missed it somehow, it's not as offensive as the demanding verbiage that's on those letters. And it's about the same letter that you've sent out for years, so I think it's not going to hurt to rewrite it. But just think about that while you're composing this new letter, because it might make a difference to people's attitude about the city.
Softer and gentler.
First round. Second one doesn't need to be quite so gentle.
2 by 4.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Commissioner Box. Okay. Chief, did you have anything that you wanted to report on?
I apologize. I have them on the bottom of mine, and I forgot to stop them.
Just come on. Yeah, so we pick up your voice.
Mayor, Commissioners, Commissioner Hester mentioned it. I was going to bring that up about the begging, panhandling. I call it a blue ribbon panel. Everybody attending was an exceptionally qualified person, in their field. We had the sheriff, myself, commissioner, who's got law enforcement experience, and human services people were there. Tina Parks from the Human Services, the Ministerial Association chairman, and several pastors. What we're trying to do, and this is pretty important, we're trying to come up with a solution other than another law, which I totally don't want. We don't want that. It's a humane solution to kind of help those in need. And we got some really creative ideas out of the meeting. The next meeting, I think it's the 16th, we're going to come up with a solution. And they're really, really good ideas. And I think, we don't have an issue like some cities. I've been in some cities, I had 5 exits, interstate exits. And on every exit there was a cadre of panhandlers. We have 1 or 2 places. We're really not that serious, but they need help. They don't need to be arrested and, pushed out in a way where it's inhumane. But I think we're going to come up with something if it's supported by the pastors, the faith-based community, the humane services, police. I think we're going to have a really renaissance as far as I'm concerned. We might make history on what we're coming up with because it's going to be unique. And I'm really excited about it, and I think we're going in the right direction with this kind of solution. As you saw what happened in Albuquerque, they got an aggressive begging ordinance, which we don't have, which means if you ask for money, that's legal by the Supreme Court. But if you continually ask for it and the person says no, 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 they could be charged with aggressive begging. Well, you know what happens when you do that. You got the ACLU on you, and people thinking you're treating them bad and making it illegal to be homeless. We're not doing that. They even invented or come up with an ordinance that if you stop when the green light is green to give money, you could be charged. Well, that went belly up, and they stopped even enforcing it. The mayor said, we're stopping. So we got to come up with something that's not a law, and I think we're in the right direction. So with that, any questions?
Okay, thank you, Chief. Thank you. I just have 3 items, but they're just requests of the city clerk. I would like to put on the agenda special use permits for live work because we do not have any guidelines that says if your business fails, can you still live in the building? Do you have to vacate the building? We have 2 prime pieces of property downtown that there are people living in those commercial buildings. I don't think they're generating 3 cents worth of GRT, and we only have so many commercial buildings. So I would like to see that us put in with I support the special use of people living in commercial buildings and having a business that's open that generates GRT. What I don't support is our limited housing stock becoming housing stock, and that's all it is. So I'd like to have a discussion on that. I know the discussion was started with Mayor Montgomery, and we had come up with, I think Attorney Rubin might remember this, if the business closes within 90 days, either they have to open up another business or vacate premises. You know, I mean, we have to be careful because there's leases involved and people own buildings, but I just don't want that to happen. The other thing is, I believe that I heard from Ray Chavez, or someone, that I asked through the police department to look at the boarded up window building right on Date Street as you come around that turn right opposite the park. That's been boarded up for over 6 months. And according to someone sent me an email, and I apologize, I forgot. It was Ray, that we have no ordinance to stop people from boarding up windows. And I know our last police chief talked about the broken window syndrome and boarding up and all that kind of, so I want to visit that. I want to talk about that. And the last thing is, I want to talk about a marketing program about Tier C that actually Commissioner Heschler touched on, and rather than take valuable time, I will speak to you about that. I'll just come into the office on that. And that is the end of my report. I will need a motion to go into executive session, please.
Mr. Mayor, I move to go into executive session under K1, Limited Personnel Matters, Community Development pursuant to 1015-1H2, and K2, Threatened or Pending Litigation, City versus McGeechee, pursuant to 1015-1H7.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Whitehead, a second by Commissioner Heschler. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Honorable Steve Green?
Yes.
Honorable Sandra Whitehead?
Aye.
Honorable Ralph Heschler?
Yes.
Honorable Kathy Clark? Yes. Honorable Paul Buckner?
We are in executive session, and Susanna, could you stay?